We build and deploy a powerful AI resume builder. Together, we will create a fully featured app with AI integration, PDFs download, shareable links, and customizable theme. We will add features like preview mode, thumbnail generation, and even a trash and restore functionality to keep your resume organized. We will be using the latest technology like Next.js 14 for client and server-side rendering, TailwindCSS for sleek modern styling, HonoJS, a TypeScript alternative to ExpressJS, Reactjs for managing API calls, client for Google and credential authentication, Drizzle Orm for type safe and data management, VSCode Postgres for backend storage, Gemini AI for advanced AI integration, and Vercel for deployment. The entire project will be written in TypeScript with built-in support for light and dark mode. So don't forget to like, share, subscribe, and turn on notifications. In this project, you'll be able to sign up or sign in using a client authentication platform. And at the point once you have signed in, you'll be able to create new resume documents. And once you've created a new resume document, you're ready to a page where you can change the title of the resume documents and which save immediately. You will have the option to provide your personal information and save that. You also have the option to generate a summary with AI, which gives you option to select. Also have the option to add experience and also use AI to generate experience detail and also add multiple experience if you prefer. You have the option to add multiple education and also fill up the educational info and also provide your skills and rating if you prefer, and also click on done. And once you are done with that, you'll be able to preview the resume to see it in full detail and also have the option to change the theme color, which saves immediately and updates the thumbnail of the resume. You have the option to download resume to PDF format to share to anyone you like. Also have the option to share resume by making it public and getting a shareable link to share to others. And once you make it private, the link will be unaccessible to by anybody. And once you don't like that resume, you can move the resume to trash and also restore the resume if you prefer. So all right, let's move to the project setup. So I have my VS Code editor open. So let's go ahead and install Next.js. So open your terminal. So before you try and install anything, click on the link, GitHub link in the description. So once you click on that GitHub link, I want to show you something. So go over to a GitHub repo where we have AI resume builder. Scroll down and click on view more. Then you should see this file version. Click on it. Then select version MD. So once you click on this, you should see all of the package I use and their version. So I want us to follow along together so we don't have any issue when trying to work on the project with any recent update, any recent version. So you don't download the latest and you follow up with the same version I'm using. So what we're going to do, we're going to copy npx create next app with 14.2.8. So just copy that and come to your terminal and just paste that. So let's copy that and press enter. So it's going to give us some questions to ask whether we need TypeScript. So let's say what is the project of name of your project? So I'm just going to say it should be inside. Let me just give it resume builder. Yeah, I want TypeScript. ESLint. I don't want ESLint. TypeScript. TailwindCSS. Directory app router. Yes. No. And you should install all of the dependency. So once that is installed, we're going to install Shanty UI. So we're going to first of all initialize. So let me just copy that and let me add that. So we should wait for it to install before we add our Shanty UI. So let me just wait for it. So once that is done, the next thing to do is to install Shanty UI. So if you don't have Shanty UI, you can just npm and just put npm Shanty npm Shanty init with this version. Then once that is done, you just click on the npx Shanty UI 2.10 to add the package. So I'm just going to allow this to install to set up Shanty UI before I add the components I need. So just press yes, you want to install the package, yes, 2.10, and then you should install it. So once it's installed, you need to click on here to add. So you can just go ahead, go to Shanty UI. If you don't know Shanty UI, it's a component. So just click on here. You can see themes and everything. So I just click on installation. And once I click on installation, click on Next.js, and you should see the flow here. So you can add button, you can add any of its components which is stated here. So you can scroll down to where we see components, and you can see a lot of components which you can pick up from Shanty UI. So so I don't want to add them individually. So to add them at once, I'll just click on CLI. And once I click on CLI, I should be able to. So if I click on CLI, you can see Shanty UI, MPX Shanty UI latest add this, and it will bring this. So I'm just going to do this, and it will bring different options for me. Then I select all the components I need for the project. So that's it. So let's wait for it to install. Let's go back to our GitHub repo, and then make sure we copy this, and let's install that. Let's wait for it to install. So let's select the style of the project we want. Let's choose anyone in New York. Let me just pick anyone. Say yes. Then you should add others. Config.ts and then our global. We should add some of the dependencies that we need before we add our components. So now it has installed completely. Then let me just get this back again, and let me clear my terminal. So let me paste this inside, add, and Vercel enter. And we should select different components which it will show us here. So I'm going to just come down here and let's pick avatar. So press your space. So you should see, come down here, you should see, select the component, you just select the space bar to select, and then move out. So I'm just going to go back and let me just press space, features. So I'm going to select button. So let me select button, put that, and I'm going to select card and dialog. So where can we find dialog? Then select drop down menu. Then we select form, inputs, label, skeleton. So find for skeleton. Create skeleton here. Then we select popover. So I'm looking for popover. Okay, let's increase it here. Popover, then text area, and then post. So let me just scroll down. I'll see text area is here and post. And once that is, I'll just press enter to install all of them for us. So let's wait for it to install. So it has installed. Now let's install some other little package we're going to use. So let's install Lucy React for icons. So I'm just going to come down to where we can find Lucy React here. So this is it. Copy that and let's paste that here. And let's press enter. So this is Lucy React. Lucy React is fine for Lucy React. So we're going to install React hook form, which we are going to use for this project. So no, we're not going to, let's leave the React hook form for now. So I'm just going to install this simple editor. That will be for later. So we are going to move on now. So all our packages will be installed while we are working the upcoming chapter we're going to look at. So now the next thing we're going to do is close this terminal and come over to this. You can see most of the package installed files here. So I'm just going to go into the app folder and let's click on global.css. So inside the global.css, you can see some CSS added here, and this is added by Shanty UI. So I want to really change the theme. This theme is actually black, so I'm just going to go to Shanty UI and come over to base player, and let's click on themes. And once you click on theme, you can see that this is the default color of Shanty UI. So I'm just going to click on customize. I want to pick purple, so I'm just going to let's say violence. So let me just pick the violence color. And yeah, so you should sit in light mode. I will consider that one. So let me just pick in light mode and I see. So this is going to be in light mode, and why this is going to be high this way. So I'm just going to copy the code. So click on copy. Why is it not showing? Let me refresh this. It's actually not clicking. So let me try it again. So I've gotten it, so I've actually copied it. So I'm just going to replace that with this. Let me just place that. And let me save that. So this color will be this color now. So once that is done, let's run our server to see that everything is working. So I'm just going to open my terminal. And I'm going to clear this and let's put npm run dev to see everything works fine. And then while that is running, I'm just going to go ahead and clear let's go ahead and clear, let me go into the layout pages, page.tx, and let me clear everything here and remove everything here. And let me just put a div for now. And let me just do hello subscribers. So, and let's go over to localhost 3000. So I'm going to open localhost 3000. So let me just copy that immediately, real quick. And let me paste that. Just move this inside here and close this tab. And we should see it should load up localhost 3000. And now we should see that our server is running correctly and we can see hello subscribers showing properly. So now let's move over to the project structure. So now let's go ahead and look at the structure of our project and also the routing system for Next.js. So we'll go over to folder, and I want to really just simply explain how Next.js routing works. So we're going to try and create what we call organizational group routing, which is in Next.js. If I go over here and go to Next.js, let me click here and let me call it. Let me go to this place, Next.js, and let me click here and let me just go ahead to. So just click on. If you click on this place and you click on, scroll down to where we have documents. Now once you close that, just click on this menu and switch this to app router and select routing. If you were to see this, you should see I found it is just this is project structure. Just click on project structure and you can read more. And it's so the simplest thing I just want to talk about is the routing system. We can see layouts and page. This is just a layout of each of the whole app, which is 10 here. This is apparently, and this page is what we are viewing on local 3000. So this is the first entry page the user sees first once we land. So I want to quickly go over to the route group or private folders. So the route group is what I'm going to create here. I'm going to use it to organize the different routes I'm going to create. So I'm going to have what we call the layout route, where the landing page route where we're going to develop the landing page. So let's just create that. I'm going to just create a simple folder, and I'm going to just separate that and just put landing page. So this is it. So this is the first screen page the user lands. I'm going to create another organization route group or organization. So I'm just going to call this home. So this is going to hold our dashboard here. So this is hold our dashboard because I want when user click on go to the dashboard, it should not have the home. So that is why it's called group. So this is not going to affect the routing system. So I'm going to create the last one, which is called public. This is going to be used for when we are previewing the shareable link. So let's organize it. So inside here, I'm going to create this one layout. So we're going to have layouts for landing page. Let's move this page. So this page is going to be inside here. So once the user land on this page, it's going to work. So let me just move that, and you should see that's in. Since this is still the landing page does not have any effect to the routing system, so it's going to skip the landing page. I'm going to save this. Let me just save this and close this, and let me close this .next.js. And if we go back to our local host 3000, yeah, it's complaining that there's no export. So let me quickly RAFCE and just call this landing page. Landing page, yeah, or landing page layouts. You can call it anything you like. So the reason why the page content is not showing here, the page content is not showing here is because this is not, I'm not passing the children. If you come down to the general layout here, you should see that we have what we call the children props. So I'm using to quickly copy this here. Let me just copy all this here. And let me go to the layouts. Let me just pass this inside here. And so sorry, let me just close this. And let me just get the children opacity. And we should see hello subscribers is showing here, even when we have moved the page into the landing page. So this is how it works. So in the home page, I'm going to also page home is going to also have its layout. So, but before that, let me just create a frame route called dashboard. So inside dashboard, we're going to have a page. So CXX RAFCE is going to be page. Then inside here, we're going to also have let me create the layout already here. Layout. So this is going to call main layout to home layout. So the layout is going to be different. The layout for dashboard is going to be just anything inside the home. You can call this app, or you can call this dashboard if you prefer. But I just want to call this home. So this just hold the inner app of the project, while this holds the outside, the outer part. So this is dashboard. Let me just quickly copy this from this. Let me just copy this, and let me go back here and let me just change this to main layout or home layout. I know what you call it. Main layout. Save that. And inside here we're going to have page. So and here we're going to create a different folder. So this is when we click on a particular resume, call it documents, is go to documents slash them dashboard slash documents. I'm going to call it documents. Then once I put that, this will be the page to hold the list of documents, list of resume. So I'm just going to go FCE page. Then to view a single document or a single resume, so I'm just going to create another folder. So we are going to have something called, since the single document or single resume is dynamic, we're going to be using the ID. So I'm going to just press a bracket here, and I'm going to call this document ID. And I'm going to press enter. And inside the document ID, since I want to have the route to be dashboard slash so this should be inside the documents. Dashboard slash documents slash edit. So you're going to look at it to see the end result. So I'm going to just press edit, and I'm going to put page. So if you didn't define page, so page is used to identify the route for each page in Next.js. So I'm just going to call this page, and I'm going to call this edit, so we can be able to look at it when we test the route. Edit page. Then this is going to be, let me say, all resume page. Let me change this edit resume. So let me just create this also, we see the structure. So let me close the edit. So the edit hold the page, and documents hold the edit. So here is documents hold this page. So here we're going to have the all resume. So I'm going to close that, and the dashboard has its own yeah, let's see it. So I think let me delete this one here. Don't think the dashboard has any dashboard on. So it's going to be dashboard hosts the document. Document has a page which has the all resume. Then we have the dynamic resume to get the dynamic. So we have this edits. So this is the edits. This is when we click on a single one. When we click on document, we see let me close this. We see all the resume. So this is the layout. And now let's test it out. So we've tested the landing page route. So if I click here and I change it to landing page and save that, we see that it works. Then if I go to slash let's say dashboard, since home is not going to work, if I put home, it's going to show 404 because of it's a group route. So I'm going to put dashboard. Since I didn't wrap that to the brackets, so I'm going to put dashboard. So dashboard doesn't have page, it's going to show 404. If I put it to see 404, so I need to go straight to document before I'll be able to see. So let me click on documents. Let's see why it didn't show. Dashboard, let's spell this right. Oh yeah, I missed the right word there. Dashboard. So you can see all resume. You can call it documents. So let's change it to documents if you prefer. Just change it to documents. And then to go to a unique one. So let me just clear this so we can change that to documents. So we know that it holds most of the documents or most of the resume. So let me change that. Then for the dynamic one, you can see. So to do that, I'll just put in brackets here and then just put in any follow I want. Then if I put edit, you should see that it goes straight to edit resume. So this is how routing works in Next.js. So each of these pages are called routes in Next.js. So you can just read more on everything here. Where to put this in documents, project structure. So so the last one I'm going to look at is the API route. So Next.js also provide a folder structure for API. So inside the app, we want to create a folder called API, and each of these API will have a folder. Let me create this hot, and each of these hots will hold a file called route. So let me just click on this and let's put routes.txt. So this is how to write your API whatever for in Next.js, and this is how the API route handler. So this is how API structure works in Next.js. So that is that. So let's move on to authentication in Next.js. So now let's work on authentication. So before I do that, let me just increase the view of this editor appearance and let me zoom in. So yeah, this is better. So we're going to be using a platform called Kind. So this is it here. This is Kind. Kind is a platform that allows you to add authentication to your platform. You don't need to worry about Google signing. So they provide Google signing, password, email verification, and then forget password and every ways to do authentication in a project. So both multiple factor authentication and everything. So this is how to use that. So I'm going to just come over to Kind. Link is in the description. So kind.com, and let's click on to sign up. You can click there to sign up or get started. I already signed up already, so I'll just click on my business and just follow the flow of how it works. So I'll just click on my business. So I'll just go to my business. So I'm going to say start a project from scratch. So just click on it and then click on next, and then you should be able to. So we're going to just pick backend or all, anyone. Just pick on Next.js, click on next, and you should allow email and allow Google. So there are other options if you prefer to use other options. So I'll just pick email and Google. That's fine. Click on next. Now say connect Next.js code base. Yeah, we need to connect. So we already have this. So now this is a structure. So we need to install the kind of. Don't copy this. So go back to the GitHub first, and before we go over, let's come back here and let's copy this from. Okay, so I'm just going to copy this, and once we copy that, let's head over to our.env. So I'm just going to create a .env file, .env file, and let's paste this inside here. Let me save that. So you can see that the key, the client ID, and everything is here. So before let's install this now. Let's go over to the GitHub and then find for where we put kind here. So you can see the kind and the version here. Just copy this and let me end it, cancel the terminal, and let's paste this here. Let me clear the terminal first, and let me just paste this and let's install that. So this is 2.311. Yeah. So once this is installed, let's go back to kind. And then once you go to kind, you should see I'm telling you, so we should create alt and a kind dynamic route. So kind alt. So this is going to pass in maybe an APN ID or whatever. So let's just do that. Let me just throw this out, and now let's delete this route since we're not using kind to handle our authentication. So let's just copy this. We even need the routes, I mean. So let me just paste this here. No. Oh, make mistake. So inside the us, we just create a folder. Let's paste this here and let's route. So we need the routes here. So this is a dynamic API route. So I'm just going to copy this. So we have here. Let's paste this inside. Save that. I think we are done with that. And now let's copy this. So this is components. This is for client side. So I'll just come on the landing page. Let me just paste this inside here. So let me just clear this. Put the div. So let me just put the import out and let's import it inside here. So let me cancel this and let me just copy this here. Okay. So let me just paste it back. And the error should stop. So let me just close this terminal and we should have the sign in and sign up. So now let's go ahead and so that is it. So let's go over to let me go back to home. And now we should see our project. So click on view detail. I want to change the style of our project. So this is the API and everything. Callback URL. So we already have this here. We have the callback, whatever. URL app login is the same. So if you want to add, let's say you deploy your project, you can just add another link by putting space. That's what they said here. Logout. Once the logout, you're going back to the landing page. And now I'm looking for menu. Let's click on let's go back to home. Yeah. Looking for menu here. Okay, yes, let's click on design. And now we can upload our logo. So I don't have any logo to upload. Just what I want to change here is the color. So page color here we have light and dark. So but here this is the primary color. So I'm going to change this color to match our own primary color. So I'm going to say 7C3A and ED. So it matches the violent color. So I'm just going to copy that, paste it here too. And now this we should paste that too. So this is it. You can also paste that if you want. Yeah. Oh, let me just leave that there. Let's save it. So once we save it, now let's go over to you can just go over more and then just click on menu, go to design, and then see other information to add. Design to restyle any way you want it. So let's go over to our landing page. So let me open localhost 3000. So let me just open this. Let's run our server now. Close this. Let's run npm run. npm run dev and it should run our server. So let me just load this up. So okay, we can see here. Let's go to localhost 3000 and you can see the sign in and sign up showing here. So let's try and click on sign up. You see whether it works. So yeah, it works. So we can see the form that they provide us with to use to register. So we can quickly register and then let's see it. So I'm going to click on Google, continue with Google, and should bring my account. So I'm going to select let me select this account. So let's wait for it to log me. So it has redirected me to dashboard, which is not what we want. So the dashboard, which is not what we want. So let's try and see. So if I come back here to my home page, I want us to, so let me try and go back to home page. It should take me back to home page, to the landing page. So I'm going to add some check in layout. Since I'm already logging now, I'm going to add a check in layout to confirm that, okay, if we are logging, there's no point being able to, for user to be able to go back to the landing page. It should take me back, to direct me back to the dashboard page. So dashboard document page. So that's what we're going to do here in the layout. So let's go over to the layout. And now we're going to, the layout is for the landing page. So I'm going to do that there and I'm going to do that in the home layout. So let's do that. So I think I made a mistake here. So what I wanted to do here is inside the dashboard, I want the page to not be tied to document, but the page to be in dashboard. So I'm going to move this page in, and this document will just be a wrapper for the document ID. So this is going to be, so that to match with our env. If you look at our env, we had redirect to localhost 3000 / dashboard. So that is how I wanted to show. So just please correct that. Yeah. So let's go ahead and work on the layout. So once I work on the layout, it should be directing some login. It should redirect me to the dashboard page so we can be able to see. So to do that, you can look at kind documentation for Next.js. You can just quickly search for it here. Just say kind Next.js documents, and you should see it here. You should see we've done everything here. We have everything. So we have this. should say logouts and other information that you can do. So this is how to get user to check if user is authenticated. So this is for server side. Since our app layout by default, Next.js app pages are server side, so you can convert them to client by using use client. So what we're going to do here is we're going to make this in sync. So I'm going to just what I'm going to do is just copy this. Let's copy the import from here. So this is what we're going to use to check if. So once we do that, we're going to just set. Let's set this to async. So yeah. So let me just copy this here. And now I'm going to just paste this here. And once I paste this, it will tell us if the user is authenticated or not. So now I'm going to just quickly check if this user authenticated is true or false. So I'm just going to just paste this here like this. So this is just to check if this is authenticated, and let me just inspect this. Get this from Next navigation. And let me just comment this comments. And if you see to get user, we can just do get user and user. We're going to try this inside the dashboard, dashboard layout. So, but for landing page, we've checked if this is true, we direct the user to dashboard, also on the landing page layout. So now if we go back to our local 3000, we should see that if we try to go back to dashboard 3000, you should see it's taking us back to the dashboard. Because it has taken us back to the dashboard, you see. So it's showing that we are logging. So now let's go over to the dashboard, close this, and let's check layout. So we need to also confirm if the user is on dashboard and the user log out, we direct the user to the layout landing page where the person can be signing in again. So yeah, this is a layout here. So I'm just going to just show that here. So what I'm going to do here is just the same thing. I'm just going to go over to here and let's just copy the same thing. So I will just try and console the. So just copy something here. So that, let me just import that. Let me go back to layouts, import everything again. Go back to home. Let me import this and let me change this to async. Yeah. So now if this is this, this is not. Let me take you to this. This is how it's supposed to be. Yeah, if it's not this. So let's try and see the user. So I'm going to go back to kind documentation with Next.js and let's try and get the user. So you can get the user here. So let's just paste this here and let's just copy this entire thing so we can console the user. I'm going to just do this and I'm going to just say user dot. You can see we can have the family name, the given name, the picture, and the username. So you say let's try this, and also the ID. You see the ID. So let me inspect that. So let me go back to my app, and if I inspect that, let me bring this down. Go to console, and then let me refresh this. This didn't show. Okay, yeah, it's supposed to show in the server side, not in the client side. So you can see it here. Sorry, guys, it's showing. This is the server side, so it's not going to show on the client side. So this is it here. So I'm showing my name and this answer user ID. So this is the user ID. Yeah. So to show that the user is authenticated. So I'm just going to remove all this here. I don't need to here copy the user information from here. I'm just going to just save that. And now we're going to now work on the header for the dashboard. So let's work on. So now let's work on the header for the dashboard. So I'm just going to clear out all my everything in my. So let's just close everything out. And now let's click on home. So now I want to create a private folder. Yeah, that's what they call it. So the file that the URL documentation that I showed you before on Next.js or product structure, I'm going to drop in the link in the description so you can check out there's another folder called for private. So yeah, I'm going to just use it to hold the components for only home. This is not shareable component, so this is just for only home that I have access to. So I'm just going to create components here. So I'm just going to go components. And inside the component, I want to create another folder called common. Yeah, so inside here, I want to create a file called header.txx. So inside header, we're going to import header inside the dashboard layout. And I'm going to just get that and add some color. So I'm going to go inside my layout here. And I'm just going to just update this to this. So I'm just going to update this to this. And then let me import the header. So we've not written any component. So let me just put REFCE. So REFCE is an extension here from React. Just type React. You should see it. You should see ES7 plus. I think this is what I installed. Yeah, this is. So is that. So let me just go over here and let's import the layouts. I mean the header from the layout. So I'm going to explain the styling. Just hold on. And so for the styling, I just simply say width, full, height, auto, minimum height to screen, background color to this color for the light view, and then use the PG background for dark mode. So if we go back to here, if you see, you can't notice the color, but the color changes here. So let's go back to the header and let's work on that. So for the header, we're going to make use of some components. So let me just quickly. And so we're going to first of all be able to get it. So let me just, before we do that, so let me just add some style here. Style name, we're going to have shadow small. So since we have TailwindCSS should work, reach full. And I'm going to change this to sticky position. Let me just open this so we can see that clearly. And then we're going to have top 0, EG white. I want you to have your white background. Then on dark mode, you should have PG gray and gray. So gray. Let me just pick 900. And there we're going to give it a z index of let's give it 9. Give it 9. Then I'm going to have a class and I'm just put the header here. And let's have a div with a class name, and this is going to have a width full maximum not maximum margin auto. We're going to have here maximum width to 7xl. 7xl. You can see the value for that. And then we're going to have a py to px5. Then we're going to set it to flex. Flex item center, and then justify between. Yeah. So inside here, we're going to just have a different div again with a class name of flex item center. So yes, item center. And then let me do, so this is going to have a flex 1 and a gap of 9. So let me just see. So I'm going to also have a div inside here. This div will just wrap my logo. I want to put link to next link and href to start dashboard. I'm going to just do that. Inside here, we're going to just have some class for my logo. I'm just going to say fonts black. So the font weight should be black 900 and the text size should be which is 19. So I just want it to be 20. So let me just put 20 pixel. And then I want the text to be primary. Color should be primary. And now I'm just going to call it CSV build. And let's save that. And if you preview that, you should see that we have this, which is great. So before we go ahead, I want to change the font. So to change the font in Next.js, Next.js here is using, by default, they're giving us a local font. And I don't want to use the local font. I want to import my own font. So I'm going to just clear the local font. And then I'm going to clear this. Let me just clear everything here. So let me just go to PG background. Yeah. So now inside here, we're going to just get from Google Fonts. Let me just remove this. So change this to, instead of local, let's change it to Google. And inside here, let's open this and let's use Urban East. Then inside here, I'm just going to just get some things here. Let's change this here. So this is just Urban East subset. And let me change my title to CVAI. So let's change my title to CV build.ai. Then this, I'm going to just get this and let's just set this to. So let me import something. Let me import cn from utility, which is created by Shadcn UI. So I'm just going to wrap the entire. So let me just change this. And let's just put one is our class name. And now we should have a different style, a different font. So we should see that here. The font has changed. So let's go back to our header and let's continue from where we stop. So inside the header below there, we're going to do a check. We're going to check if the user is authenticated. So I'm just going to close this out. And now we're going to do a check. I'm going to say is authenticated. So before we do that, so we're going to have to get to check if this is authenticated. So to do that, we're going to first of all, since this is going to be a use client component, so I'm just going to just say use client. And now we need to access client on the client side. So to access client on the client side, if you go back to the documentation, we should see where we have where they provide us with the components for the. Let me scroll down more. You can just check. Okay, you can see it here. So this is it here. So let me scroll up here. This is it here. I'm trying to get for get user. So to get user, so I'm just going to just import that. So let's import that. I'm going to just say get use client browser client. So that is it. So let's just copy that from there. And then we're going to import that. Let me move this up. Paste this. And now you can get the user from here. So let's just say. So I'm not actually going to. I'm going to also get the user, and I'm going to also get the authentication. So I'm just going to just get so many information from here. So let me just get information from it. So user authentication is loading an error. So I'm just going to just check that. So next thing we're going to do is to check if the user is authenticated. So and has user. So I just want to say else, then else. You're going to just say sorry. No. So inside here we're going to create a div with a class name. So let me close this. So inside here we're going to have a div. So before we have a div, so flex item center and gap 2. So yeah, so we're going to just open this and let's put expand with the class name, and this is going to say hi, and I'm going to set this font normal with text black, opacity of 50, and I'm going to set for dark, I'm going to just have it to be text primary foreground. So something, yeah. So that is it. Let me just expand this. Yeah. So below that we're going to just have a H5, and inside this H5 we're going to just say user dot given name. We're going to just put space and these are our first name. So I'm going to just give it a simple class with fonts bold, and then font bold with text black. So we're going to have black on light theme. Then on dark theme, we're going to just have text, the same thing, text primary foreground. So let me just expand this. Yeah. So we should see name showing here. And now let's do the remaining parts of it. So the remaining part of it, we're going to check if it's loading. Show it's loading. Else we're going to show a drop down. So these are for us to log out. So let's just come down here below this div here. So let me just close this div. So this is the first div we created that has the flex one. So we'll close that. And this is the second div that shows at the right. So we're going to just do this to class, flex, item center, and gap 4. Save that. And now we're just going to just say if it's loading or error. So I'm just going to say, let me just open this fragments. Yeah, fragments. So before this is going to open, I just create a loader. See, a loader. So this loader is going to be coming from Lucy React. I don't know why it's not showing. So let's just get that from Lucy React. So I'm going to copy that and just set down to and so remove this and this. So we can leave that one. So I'm just going to say loader Why is it not working? So let me just close this. Yeah. Let's import the fragment from React. So inside the loader, I want to add some styling. I'm going to set that to animate spinner. So let me set the class name first. Animate spin. Then I want to set size to 6. Then I'm going to set text black. And I'm going to set on dark mode, it should show text white. Dark mode, text white. So the fragment, we're going to just check if the user is created again. I'm just going to check if the user is created again. So I'm just going to say, let me just put this instead. So inside here, we're going to just get a drop menu. Remember, we installed this from Shanty UI. So make sure to import from components UI, not from the Radix UI. So I'm just going to open this and let's have another component called drop down menu trigger. So not from Redux UI, from components UI. So we have the same styling. Yeah. So I'm just going to set this to row. This is actually a button. Let me set it to div. Let me just set it to row. So we have that button. So I'm going to say so class name, select item center, gap 1, and then we're going to use avatar from components UI avatar. So this, so I just want to set this to row button, and then class to important sub pointer. Yeah. So let me open inside it and let's import avatar image. So the image is not going to be an open tag, it's going to be a self-closing tag. I'm going to have an RFC of user not picture. Yeah, I'm going to say it's a just empty string since it's possible to be undefined. And then we're going to have a fallback avatar fallback from components UI. And then let me just open it. Make sure we didn't import anything from Reactjs. I made a mistake. I import this from Redux UI. So let me just remove this. Yeah. So for fallback, we're going to just have I'm going to just check where the first character from the name and then this. So I'm just going to just set this here and then just put class name, set this to sub pointer if possible. So this is it. Then I want to also add the icon, this icon I show here, so to identify that this is a drop down for the user to know that okay, this is a drop down. So I'm going to just add that here, and it's going to have a size of 17, and we should see it here showing. So you can see that the drop down is when you're working. So let's just fix that. So for the drop down, we're going to just below the after the trigger, we're going to have drop down content, drop down content from at UI drop down. And now inside here, we're going to just have to, let me just put a class here. Class name, we're going to have m right 3. And I'm going to just put a space and I'm going to put like drop down menu down menu, and it's going to have our item from components drop down. Make sure to import from there. And I'm going to set this as child. So I'm going to set this as class name. Class name, we'll set it to an important text red 500 fonts medium, and then we're going to set this to pointer. So let me just copy this from here. So inside here, we're going to now use a logout link from kind. So make sure to import that from kind. Where's kind point? So let me just try and import it and see. Yeah, from this, from logout from kind here. So that is it. You can see the loader here. It's showing what's loading. And I think the last thing we're going to do here is just to show the theme color. So I'm going to just let's do that now. So go over to Shanty UI. Yeah, just click on dark mode. Click on dark mode. Click on Next.js and let's install the next theme. So this I don't think I put the version here, so you can just install any version for that. Let me just install that. So quickly. So let me just cancel my server and let me just paste that. Install next theme to our project, and we should wait for it to install. So once install, yeah, it has installed completely. So make sure to just run the server, and then it says you should create a theme provider in the component. So I'm just going to just copy this, and let me just close this. So I don't like putting it inside component. I like to create a context folder. So let's just create a context folder. And then let me just paste it. Let me just create a file, called theme the provider, and let's copy this entire thing, paste it here. And once you paste it, let's just go to copy a theme provider with the children. And here we have body. So inside our general layout, inside our general layout, let me just close this. We're just going to replace this with that import. So I'm just going to just get this from not from here, but from our context provider here. So that is how it's going to be. Then the last thing I want to do is since we import we added those to the, if you go to components, you should see all of the Shanty UI components, see toast and everything. You can see hook where you have used. So before toast can work, we need to add this. Yes, I'm just going to add this here. And then toast should come from UI toaster. Toaster should come from UI toaster, component toaster. So that is it. That's how I want it to be. Now we should go back to our header, and let's just complete this. So to import the theme, we are going to import him from next theme. So to get set theme, so I'm just going to just place it up here. So this is similar to, if you come back to here, you should see it here. You should see the code here. So just copy that from here and import that from theme, next theme, and then let's just copy the entire code here. Let's just copy this. And if you copy that, we should go over to where we have flex. Yeah. And keys here. So let's just paste this. Let's import button from UI button. Let's import some from Lucy React. Let's import more from Lucy React too. And let's save that. Now UI, we should be able to see how we run the server. Let me refresh. I should see the UI. Should see the switch dark mode. Okay, yeah, I can see. Oh, it just turned to dark mode. So I don't want it to be in dark mode. I want it to be in light mode. So I'll just define it. Let's wait for it to load completely before it now. So I just wait patiently and then I should hope it should stop. Should be able to click it. I don't know why it's not clicking. As a child, a button and then light mode. So let me just refresh this. I think okay, yeah. Sure. Let's import the light mode, yeah. So this is better for me. Um so I think we don't have anything else for now. So let's move on to building connecting our Hono API and see how Hono works in next lesson, next chapter. So now let's work on API routes and integration of HonoJS. So let's close this. Let me close everything we have here. I want to work on the API now. So just close it. Remember, I said API routes is writing a route file here, .ts file in the API. So to do that, so first of all, before I do that, let me just show you how it works first. I'm going to just create a test folder here, and I'm going to just put routes.txt. And inside here, we're just going to make a simple get route. So I'm just going to say export constants get. And I'm going to, this should be capital letter or true. And I'm going to just say, and let me just put it so let's return next response from next server.json. And I'm going to just return a simple message subscribe. So this is a get. So now if I try to test this API, so let me just test this. I'm just going to open my Thunder client, simply like Postman, for instance. I'm going to make a new request. I'm going to just close this. And inside here, I'm just going to say, let me just get this localhost 3000. Localhost 3000 test. API slash test. You can also do it here on the browser. Or you should see our message. Yes, you should see there. Likewise on Postman, you should see it here. So this is how the API routes um, work in the API route work in Next.js. So inside here, I will also to get the dynamic side of API, like let's say you want a dynamic API that has a param like ID or whatever. So I will just simply create the same way we're doing that in the pages. We just create an empty folder and then let me just put test ID and set an ID. And inside here, I'm going to create a file again routes.txt. And so we're going to just let me just copy what we had here before. Copy it inside here and let me just paste this. So now to get the ID, so we have some arguments here. Next.js providers. So there's a request with a type of next request. Sorry. So this is just going to be imported. Then inside here we have what we call context. So to get the content, I'm going to destructure this context. Let me just open this here. Let me just put this here and all this here. So I'm going to destructure the context, and inside the context we have what we call params. So inside the params, we have another option we call params again. And then I'm going to say text ID, which is going to be equal to string. So I will say string. So let me just do this. Sorry. And I think it should remain 1. So this should work. Why is it complaining? This is param, this is society. So let's just get a context. I think I'm having issue here. Context. Let me just say that to any. And let me just get the param is equals to context. Let me just structure the param. And let's console this. The log the params. So let me just say dynamic routes. So let me try it again. Can I try it here? So let me just put slash 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Dynamic routes, and if you check here, we should see the context. So we have the text ID. So inside here we can get the text. So I can just say constant dot text ID is equals to param dot text ID. So I can just say ID is equals to text ID. And if I save that and I reload, I should see my ID here. Anything I put here, if I save. Likewise, in my API route, if I put 344 and I click enter, which is dynamic route and the ID. So this is how dynamic routes work. Now, if we call that route, you can see every of the rest. So now, if you want to work on it for the post and patch in Next.js, we can just simply do that. How can we do that? We just simply inside there, let me just pick anyone. You can just copy this and just do the same thing. Just copy this and go down here and put post. Change this to post. You can change this to patch. So you can just do post patch. And if I go to my API routes, let me just change this to post. And let me just click enter. You see post subscribe. If I change this to put or patch anyone, we will say patch subscribe. So this is how to create route handler in Next.js. So now we need to look at how to write this with. We've looked at how to write the built-in Next.js route handler. So, but I want to use HonoJS because let's go over to HonoJS. So you can just search on Google and just go to HonoJS.dev. Link will be in the description. You can see HonoJS is a web application framework, fast, lightweight, built on web standard support for any JavaScript runtime. You can see it's fast and it has support for multiple runtime like Node.js, AWS Born, and other platforms. So if you look at get started, you should see the structure of Hono. So HonoJS gives us a structure which is kind of similar to Express.js. So I prefer this better than the file structure, which we need to start writing creating a whole lot of file, which is not preferable for me. If you scroll down and you see some example of how Hono is being done, you can see that some API are being written down here. You can see how to do the get request and everything. It's just, I think it's more better for me in this project. It's what I prefer. But nothing is wrong with the file-based structure, which I'm still going to use in any of my projects. But for this project, I just prefer to use HonoJS. So I just want to explain HonoJS to you guys so you push to see. So to start with HonoJS, let me just clear everything here. Let me just clear everything. And now, if you go to HonoJS, you can see, click on menu, think. Let's see, get started. Click on Vercel, and you can see setup. So this is a starter Next.js project available. So use create Hono. So this is just a startup to a starter for Next.js. Since we already have our project already set up, I'm just going to just do this. So let me just cancel my terminal and let me clear this. And let's go over to the GitHub link again. And let's go to where we see HonoJS. So I'm just going to scroll down and you can look at Hono. So I'm just going to install Hono here, and I'm going to also install. So let's just install that first. And we can see that Hono is very light, so you see that it has quickly installed. So let's just let me just start one dev here. So now I think you should have Hono for, let me see. Okay, you should see the routing. Let's just, so we can follow the flow here. So let's just follow this. So if you see yeah, you can see that it says for app router. So since we are using app router in our project as Next.js, so we need to create a catch all routes. So this is a catch all routes to catch all routes in the in any route we are going through. So to do that, we're going to come back to our app API and let's create a folder, paste the catch all route, and now let's create a route and .tx. So let's remove this text. So let's delete out more. Yeah, confirm to delete it permanently. Yeah. So let's just copy this from here and let's just paste this inside there. So you should see that it is using the route handler here. So this, remember we talked about the get request, the get route handler and the post in Next.js, default the built-in Next.js API route. So what HonoJS is doing is telling Next.js that you should take the handle here. This handle is to handle the get request with Hono, the post request with Hono. You're going to also have the patch request here. Let me just remove this here. A patch request with Hono too, and also delete. So later it also, let's test this and see if the API should work. It should work very fine. I'm just going to just go to, let's try it here again, localhost API. I'm going to say hello, and we should have hello in Next.js. See, it works fine. So you can see that we set the base part to API so that we don't have to write API every time we want. So this is how simple it is to get Hono up and running. So we can also create a different route. So I'm just going to do a different API. I'm going to say get requests for dynamic. So let me just close this, and I can chain them together if you want. So let's say get requests. Oh, sorry, this should be down, not up. Yeah. So get request, I'm going to just say slash hello, and now we're going to just say to get a param ID, and you can see the autocomplete is giving me the right thing. I'm going to say return Yes, so update. So I'm going to just message the same thing. Hello, I want to change this to something different. Hello, subscribers. So now we can see the ID. So to get this ID from dynamic ID or dynamic platform, a param from HonoJS is very simple. You just to constant ID is equals to c dot request dot param. Now, if you open this and look at this, you should see that it gave us autocomplete. That's one thing I love about Hono. It is type safe. So it notices that we have ID here, so we don't need to make any mistake. If we try to put IDs, it should give us an error that IDs I don't think is giving us here. But when we add in result validation, it should give us that. So give us the adding some middleware is going to give us that error identifier. So now I can get the ID, and if I come down here, I can just put ID to ID. And then if I reload this, if I go over to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, I should see hello subscribers and ID 2, 3, 3, 4. So this is great. This is great. So now another thing in Next.js that in HonoJS I want to talk about, going to talk about that is the RPC. So let me just go over to HonoJS, and now you should click on guide. So let me just click on go to close this, click on guide, and then come to RPC. Sorry, RPC. So you should see RPC feature allows sharing of API specification between the server and the client. So it provides us both the server side and the client side. If you look at it here, you should see that on the server side, it said you can write your validator and create a variable route that follow these examples. So you can see that HonoJS allows us to add many middleware, just simply like let's say like this. We can also add middleware between here and here. So between here, you can put something like this. Let's say this is a middleware X and put comma. It's a middleware. You can repeat it as much as you want. So it supports middlewares in HonoJS support middleware. So one of the middleware is a Zod validator, which help us to validate any value we are passing through, any payload we are passing through into the endpoint to validate if it's correct or if it's okay. So to install Sword validator, which we're going to use, is come over to the GitHub, and remember the version. Click on versions and then version.md. So let's look for Hono Sword validator. This is the package for Sword validator. And now let me just cancel this. And let me just clear this. So once you paste it, don't press install yet because we're going to also install Sword itself. And now look at Zod here. So let's just get Zod. And let's just paste that with it. So I'm just going to just apply the npm. So we install together, and let's wait for it to install the two packages for us. And I think it should be quick here because I install everything. And now let's run our npm run dev to install that here. So let me move over to Hono. And now let's import both of them and see how it works. So let's just copy this from here, and if I copy this or just try it inside, let's try it with the dynamic route, and I'm just going to paste that here, and let's import that from. So let me just think it's can't find it, so let me just import that. Let's see, there's show an imports here now. I'll just import the imports from Hono Zod validator. Going to have Z validator. and we're going to import sort itself z from sort. Yeah, you can see that it should stop showing error now. You can see so for Zor validator, we need to inform it that no, we want to get the param, not the form. So Zor validator provide different option of cookie form, header, JSON, param query. So, but this is not a query, this is a param. So I want a param. So now is what is required in the param. We need the ID. So and the ID is going to be a string. A string. So now instead of getting C request your param, you're going to change this param now to valid. So let's see. So if I press enter, you should see that it's not assignable to parameter of type. So let me see. Why is it saying this? It should supposed to say ID. Okay. Let me just put yeah, let me put param. Yes, param. It's param, not ID. Then I'll destructure this to get the ID. Yeah, it's correct. So let me destructure this and I'll get, you can see the ID. So now this is started. Okay, valid, get the valid value from params, and now I got the ID. And if I try to reload my API again, I should still get this. It should work. If I put 211, I can see 211. Yeah. So this is great. So this result has so many this, you can change it to numbers, and you should see the type here should be yeah, this should be numbers. I think it should be showing numbers, odd number. Yeah, this is number now. So let me try and run it. We should see that it's giving us error, telling us that it's expecting number, not string. So this is it. So let me just change it back to string and then reload it. Everything should work very fine. So now let's show an example with post. I'm going to just close this out and let me just open a dynamic route again and let me just press post. Let's say create. I still want to create a post, a dynamic post. We're going to say post ID, and now we're going to have our C context, and then we're going to just say return C.json. Let's just open the bracket. So now we're going to use the self validation to validate both the JSON, because this is going to be JSON, and also the path. So to do that, we're just going to copy this. Let me just copy this, everything here. And then let's just open this. So here we're going to validate the params. So the params, we're just going to get the post ID. So let's say post ID is going to be string. Yes. And now we need, let me paste this again here. So this is going to be JSON. And now we need the user to pass in a name or title of the post, and also let's say description of the post. Let's put summary and solve. So you see post JSON, and now we can be able to get the file. So this is how to get. So this is going to be async. Remember, so let me do async for this. Remember, we need to put async most of them. So you know that this is this thing. So let's do this thing. Let's come down here and let's get the value. So to get the value, let's require constant. Okay, to the structure, get the c dot request dot param. Let me just put this and say JSON here. We can also duplicate it and get the RAM too. And inside here we should get our value, should be title, summary, and this should just be post ID. So this is how to get it. So now if I put my title, summary, post ID, and if I try the routing with Thunder client, let me just get this. Let's just put post here, and now change this to create, and this, and now the body, I'll just say JSON. I'll just open this and I'll call this title. Set is my post, and then let's put summary. Sorry, let me just open the private summary. It's going to be the about the post, and let's try and run this and see. If I click on create, you should see a response now. You should see my post, about post, and the post ID. So this is great. So now we have looked at this. So we're going to look at the auth middleware, so that we need to also add that middlewares for Hono. So which remember we said we can add multiple middleware. So if you go over to Hono and you click on guide, you should see middlewares, and you should see a lot of middlewares you can add. So let me just look for authentication. So I'm just going to go to see middleware down here, middleware, and we should see basic authentication, bearer authentication, which you can add as a middleware to Hono. You can click on that's other third party like HonoJS. We have different third party. So since we're not going to be, we don't kind is not added here, it's not good. We're going to be creating them by ourselves. So next, one thing, or the beautiful thing about Hono is that you can also create, it gives you the ability to create your own middleware by yourself if you want. So and that, let's go ahead and work on that. So now I want to be able to create a protected API route. So that's why we're talking about the middleware. So I want, if I try to access a particular API route, our API route will be protected. It will be asked for to know whether the user actually have is authenticated or not. So to do that, we can, since Hono does not have a particular package already, third-party package already for client, we can create one by ourselves. So to do that, we just go open to the lib folder and let's create a file called kind.txt. So I'm just going to close that and just going to lib folder and let's create a file. We're going to call it kind.txt. So this will be a middleware that will wrap with HonoJS to check if the user is authentication. Also, I'm going to do export constants get auth user is equals to, sorry, let me just fix this user. Yeah, so we're going to create a middleware. Yeah, we're going to just get that from Hono. Let me just close this one. I'm going to import that from Hono. Let me just go down and let me just place this here. So this is going to be from Hono factory, and now we need to set some type here. We're going to call this env. Because we want to set, if the user is logged in, we want to set the user to a request. It's the same way we do it in Express.js or in the backend, to make sure that the user can be accessible to audio controllers and audio, or the services. Yeah, that is it. So I'm going to just come below here and let's create our type. I'm going to call it env is equals to, so let me put a space in this. I'm going to call this variables. This is going to just show the user. So it's just like the type of the user. So I'm just going to get the user. Since the user is going to be actually from kind, and you're going to save that, and let's just put this from kind. So we can just change the file to Hono middleware, whatever you want to call it. So I'll just do that like that. So I'm just going to say create middleware. Now it's asking for some information. So I'm just going to put async. And now we're going to get the context and the next. Let's put C start next. Oh, sorry. Async. So let's put the callback function. And now the error should stop. So here we're going to put a trial cache. So since we're going to just do the same thing, we're going to get the same way we hide it in the layout. If you go to layout inside any of the layouts here, we see that you got the is authenticated. You can just copy this and then let's go back to kind.tx and let's just paste it here. And we paste it, just import this. And now this is going to use that. So that's why we put this async. And now we're going to just check this and set this to let me just check this. So we'll place this here. So this is just to check, and now we're going to check if the user is not authenticated. So let's just set this HTTP exception. This is coming from Hono. I'm just going to just import that here. This is coming from HonoJS. So telling us, okay, this is a fall from unauthorized. I just change the message. So this is just to change the response message on how to return to the user. So I got the user now. Now I'm setting the user to the context of Hono. User is equals to user. Then if there's any issue, just throw unauthorized. So I'm just going to just set this like this here. HTTP file here. So that's it. So to make use of it, we just let's make use of it in our app. You're going to set it here, so I'm just going to copy it and go to my routes. Let's add it to, let me add it here, and let's see, and let me just import that from my leaf folder. And if you try to access the routes, you should see it should not give us any problem because we are logging. Let me check why 500 TJ forward to return. How it's, let me check. Nothing happened there. I don't know why it's showing. Oh, let me try it on the API route to see. Okay, okay, see it's unauthorized. So it's showing international error from the because of the check maybe. It's showing international error there. I'll wait next. Oh, yeah. We forgot something here. This is correct. I'll wait next. We forgot to add this. I'll wait next. Yeah, my bad. So we forgot to add our next, and that is why it was throwing error. So let me just try it again. So you can see it's showing hello Next.js because we are logging here, and now it's trying to see why didn't we tell it to move on if we are logged in. After setting, it should move on to the next system. So after bypassing this, we need to tell it, okay, since you're logging, just continue for where you stop and just show this thing. So yeah, we are logging. But in the API routes, it broke here because we're not logged in. And that is why. So that's why it's showing unauthorized. So that is how it is in Hono. So the next thing we are going to do is we are going to, so we can't undo all of the routes in one file. So thank you. We're wondering why, how are we going to be able to undo everything here in one file? So we're not going to be handling everything in one file. So let's go over to Hono and let's go to best practices. So I'm just going to click on guide and then go to best practices, and you should see it said controller is not possible. So they want us to, so if you want to create a controller, you can do that with them. But for larger application, it's good to separate your thing. You can look at the endpoint. Let's just go down. You can see here. This is how they separated it. They created a different file for it. So you can create author.txt here. Now let's copy this. Let's paste this here. Let's create book.txt. Okay. Okay. Let me just change this to book. So same book is a different. So let me just say library. Why so let me not to validate them. Choose a different name. Wow. So let me just say that. So guys, thank you. Next VSCode is just having some issues. I'm just going to set that to this. And now inside our main app, you can just do this. So routes, just clear everything here. So let me just clear everything. And now I can just do it like this. And let's input this. So we can see this. So if you try to go to author, API authors, you see list of author. If you go to books, it's a list of books. So everything works. So let's go to HonoJS and let's see. So let's go down to where we see RPC. Yeah. If you go to let's go to RPC. Let's see. And if you scroll down all the way down, you see there's a way they say for larger application. Let's see the best approach. You see, using RPC for larger application. So in this case, a larger application, just example, in this is you need to be careful about the type of interference. So a simple way is to change the handler so that the types are always in buffer. So the best way in Hono is telling us is to change this so they have one single type. So the app has a single type. So let's just update this. Let me just copy this and replace it here. So instead of separating the app, we change them to one so that once you hover over them, you can see the type for list and the output. You can see create author. Yeah, I think it's showing us already 2 here, but we can see the type and the response for them. You can see, and there see get request and post request. Yeah. So let's get that for book. It's empty for book. If you hover, you can see list book, you can see quiz book. You see that there's the type is showing properly. So now let's just get a route. Go to route, and now let's just set this like this. You can do it like this, or we can even make it better by changing it. But let's just do it like this. This is the way. So down here you should see export app type route. So I'll just put that here. Let me just put it here. And now we have one type that holds all of the receipts. You can then import the sub router as you usually would, and make sure you change the router, since this is the top level of the app. In this case, this is the type we want to export. So now you can create a new client. So this is clients. We can use clients in Hono. So Hono provides us clients. Client is just simply like accessing the backend, just like the way Azure and Fetch work, which Hono has. So you say register it with the app type and use as normal. So if you hover over the app type, you should see the inputs, output, and the format, and the code for book. Remember, let me see author here and then books. So that's it. We have post for book. We have to get book. We have more here, but this is truncated for VSCode is truncating the pipes here. So this is the reason why Hono says we should do it like this to make life easier and better. So this is it. This is great. So I have one else thing to add here to my I really want to add in my this which is called the app use logger. So I'm just going to just put it here. So where we have Hono, I'm just going to just set it there. So let me just import this type. So just say Hono logger. This is a middleware tool for Hono. So this is just to give you the logger of anytime you make a request to the endpoint. So it just tell you a log about it. Just put a log about it. So then I want to also set error for the entire project. So I'm just going to just say error here. This is a different middleware too. So I'm just going to get this to say app.use. Let me import this. So on error, just put internal server error. Then let me just set this here. So this is just hello from AI resume, blah blah blah. This is I want to access slash API press enter, which you see hello. Yeah, so this is just there. You can move this up or down if you prefer. So let's just leave it like this, and then let's go back to Hono, and I think we are done with that. So now the next thing we are going to do now, since we're done with that, so we're going to come back to Hono, and when we are going to be building our application API for our project. So now let's go ahead and set up our database so that we can do Vercel Postgres and then Drizzle Orm before we start with our API. So let's go there. So now to set up our database, we are going to use Vercel Postgres. So Vercel Postgres, if you go over, you need to first of all have a Vercel account. So I already have an account already in Vercel, where we can create a new project and be able to set up our storage. You can see here, this is where we can set up storage in Vercel. So I want to first of all set it up for my local. So the first thing to do is open your terminal, and let's just end the server. Let the terminal. Now let's go over to GitHub and get the npx. So before we do that, let's first of all get Vercel installed globally in our application, in our system, I mean to say. So I'm just going to press it with this version npm IG Vercel. So it's going to install Vercel CLI in our system. And once that is done, then we can quickly get npx Vercel. So I'm just going to copy this here. We should wait for it to install completely. So you should wait for some while. So you need to round up with the installation. So now it has installed completely. The next thing is let us clear. And let's put npx Vercel. And we should see that it's asking us, do you want to set up and deploy resume builder? We should say yes. So this is our version of our CLI. Yeah. So it's telling us which scope do you want to deploy. So I'm already logged in. So once you type npx Vercel, it will prompt you to provide you to log in, and you can log in on your browser. So since I'm already logged in, it's asking me for my project. If I open Vercel, you should see the name here, the manual basic projects. So you already know this. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to say yes, pick this project, and link to existing, no. So what is the project name? I'll use resume builder. Now I want it to locate to which directory is your code located at dot slash. So I'm setting it up and it's uploading it. It's a build port, yes. I say build command. I should have said no. Resetting would you like to override? Let me just press. Let me see. I think I made a mistake. I'm supposed to have said no to modifying these settings. So I'm going to skip that. So you just to press enter key, and if you made mistake, you can just press enter key and continue. So it's building our project to and then pushing it to Vercel. So I'm going to wait for it to build, and hopefully we should see our projects in Vercel here. So let's wait a while for it. So now it has built completely. You can see the production URL. And if I go to my project resume builder, and that is so basically we have set up Vercel with our project. So what we're going to do is to go into the project or anyone. Then we just click on storage, and now let's add a new storage to our project. So just connect a database. This is already an existing one. I don't want to create a new one. So we're going to pick Postgres powered by Neon. So I'm just going to pick that, and let's continue. Oh, it's asking me that I've reached the limit, so I'm going to have to remove the old one before I'll be able to access. So there's only one project, one database you can create, storage you can create on Vercel. So let me go ahead and remove the old one first. So I've been able to clear the old database. So let's create a new one now. And then this is what we have currently, which is deployed to resume builder. So let's go to storage and create a new database. Select Neon, continue, accept, and now let's say resume builder resume, and select the region if you prefer. So like I'll just do it like this. Let me just close this. Sorry. Let me select again, continue, accept, and let's create. So we've created our Postgres completely successfully, and then let's connect to database. Let's just connect this. So it's going to ask us for just connect this. So we've connected this to our projects. Postgres database, and let's first of all go to project and confirm that we've connected to a project. Yeah, we've connected to a project. So what we are going to do now is go back to your terminal and then let's clear this. And we're going to write Vercel, npx, or let me just put Vercel env pool env env pool output dot. So this is going to pull this. Let me see. Why is it say level operation this directory? So let me look at why then. So let me try a different method, or just let me bring this and then put .env pool. But let me just press it down. Let's see. Oh no! You should not override it. Let's use a different local so it doesn't override it. So to create local, then we'll copy it from local and paste it inside our env file. So let's go straight to env local, and now let's copy this out. And inside the git ignore, let's also set .env2. Save that. And now inside the env, I'll just come at the top and let me just paste this everything here. So this is our PostgreSQL env file, which is stated there. So I think we are done with that. Then the next thing is to we need to install Vercel Postgres in our application. So I'll just go ahead and let me save this and remove the can leave it .env, we can just remove it. There's no point, just to clear everything inside here. And so what I'm going to do now is we're going to install. So let's go over to our GitHub. Let me close this and let's look for Vercel Postgres, which I've added there. So just scroll down, you can see Vercel Postgres. Copy that and let's paste that here, and let's install this here. So should wait for it to install. So it should install completely before we can move on to so now we've set up our database. So before I do this, let me go ahead and just quickly copy this. So to see how Visual Postgres works here, the documentation, I mean to say, just say Visual, just search for Visual Postgres. Yeah, just click install and then you can see the documentation here. You can see the flow. Let me open that. So I think get started. Okay, let's see. Okay, yeah, this is it. npm Visual Postgres. Let's setting up our database and env pool, and then we can go ahead and create our table. So I want to also import something first in our application. So inside the config, I want to set up my .env. So I'll be able to fetch the .env from get my env from the .env file using this .env package. So I'm just going to paste that here. So this actually worked for me because if you next video, the next chapter we're going to look at is Drizzle Orm, and Vercel also showed us how to use next config, but it didn't actually work with me. So I think this is the one that worked for me. Yeah. So that's basically. So let's move on to setting up our Drizzle Orm to work with our Vercel Postgres. So let's go ahead and work on that. So what is Drizzle Orm? So Drizzle Orm is a type safe data management that works with database simply similar to Prisma or but now usually focus on type safe, and also imitates the like of SQL query format. So if you go to this URL and say connect to Vercel Postgres, and you should see it to show here. If you go to it, okay, let me just open Drizzle Orm here. And if you see Next.js TypeScript or lightweight performance for developers, and you should see it here, and most of the explanation they've written here. So if you get started, you can see Drizzle Orm work with so many database, Neon, Postgres, VSCode, Supabase, and so more. A lot of database here you can work with it in Drizzle Orm. If you go to the documentation, you should see it's telling you that this one is a headless TypeScript ORM with a head. So they're mostly using the SQL-like format. You can see it here, example of it, and select from countries, left join, and where it equals to. So it's just trying to imitate the way SQL. So if you work with SQL, this is going to be similar. They also have a query which is inbuilt, and also the SQL if you prefer. So you can just come to the documentation, and then you can learn a lot from Drizzle Orm here. So, but since we are working with our own, I'm going to just go ahead and let's install. Let's go to Visual Postgres, which I already have here. So just come down here, and you should see the first thing this should do according to the Shadcn. So we can go over to Vercel. Just reopen that. Let me open that, and you should see Vercel Postgres also have their own documentation on how to get started with this URL in Vercel. Also, this URL also has their own. So you can just follow anyone. So let me just go to Vercel Postgres, and first thing, so we should install Drizzle Orm and Drizzle Orm kits, and then think this is where they say we should use Next.env. So you can use that if you prefer, but I prefer the .env, and then the Drizzle Orm config, then also to push the Drizzle Orm. So it's simply the same thing with the documentation in Drizzle Orm. So let's go ahead and work on that. So let's go to our GitHub, and then let's first of all install Drizzle Orm. So I'm just going to copy this, and let me open my terminal, and let's paste this here. Let me just let this first install. And once that is installed, we're going to install the kit. So this ORM kit, just copy that from there, and you install the kit in so this is just to in development mode. So let's wait for it to install, and we can get on it. So it has successfully installed. So let's just paste the other one, which is the Visual Kit, and let's install that. So this is in -d. And lastly, we're going to install Zod for, remember we use Zod for Hono. We can also use Zod to in Drizzle Orm. Drizzle Orm also has its own. So this is it. I'm just going to copy. So we'll explain a lot about how to use Zod in Drizzle Orm. So let's install that. So that is it. The next we are going to do now is we need to configure Drizzle Orm with our database and set up our schema, and just simply the same flow with the documentation here. So the first thing we ask here is to if we come over here, set up our schema. So let's go ahead and work on that. So to do that, we're going to create a folder which I'm going to call db, which will hold our schema and every database related stuff here. So I'm just going to create a folder called db. So inside DB, I'm going to create an index.txt file. Then here we're going to create a simple schema folder, and inside here we are just going to get, so just simply the same thing here. We're just going to so this is, let's go to user orm and get it from there. So this is simply what you're going to do here. So let's just copy this. I'm going to copy this like this, and let's paste it inside index.txt. So we are going to import that. So I don't know why is it throwing error. Okay, yeah, just remove this. Just remove clients. Yeah. So I'm also going to set like an export type for our database, which is simply this. Then the next thing we're going to do is to import the schema. So this is, I'm just going to use set a schema for, we've not written anything schema, so I'm just going to comment that, so you can just leave. I'm just going to comment that here for now. Once we've worked on our schema, we're going to pass our schema in usual RM here like this. I'm going to pass our schema, so this is going to be a comma, not a full stop. So I'm going to pass our schema like this. So let's go ahead and set up the other parts before we work on our schema. So what we're going to do now is we need we didn't put it here, so I'll just look at it here inside the Vercel and the documentation. You should see we mentioned that we need a postcode and a config.txt. So we're going to create a drizzle config.txt in the root folder, which will be able to initialize everything with Drizzle Orm and connect this to, so to do that, we are going to just come to the root of our project, and let's create a file. Let's paste this Drizzle Orm.config, and inside here we are just going to, let's just copy the same thing from here. Let's just copy everything from here, from Vercel storage, Vercel Postgres, and Drizzle Orm. So I'm just going to close this, and let me paste this here. And now you should see that it's somehow different. So because this is, the documentation is updated with the latest version of usual version we're using. So we are going to change a lot of things. I'm going to change this to DB schema. We've not created schema, so I'm going to change this to index.txt. So let me just go inside my schema, and let's create this index.txt. So okay, this is working fine. So we're going to set the outputs here. Let me set the output to dot slash. We don't have to, so let's create a folder called Drizzle Orm. You can create it or you can leave it there. Drizzle Orm will create it by themselves. Then it's asking arguments is not a parameter of config. So yeah, let me see. URL Postgres. So let's just put in a sign here. So I'm going to put this into stop this because this is coming from AIV, so it's either string or defined. And then we're going to just put streets to true and variables to true. So this will just show us how, when we are migrating or when we are pushing our DB, our schema or SQL migration to DB, it's going to show us the output of how it's progressing with it. So I think we are done with that. We have nothing else to do again. This other than to, let's go ahead and create our first schema. So to do that, let's go over to our schema, and there, since you want to Since we're going to have several tables here, I want to separate all of them to different different files. So I'm going to first of all create a separate table first, and I'm going to call that document. So inside here, I'm going to create a document table. So I'm going to just say documents.tx. So inside the document.ts, we're going to make this. So I'm going to just come down here and let's export constant documents table. You can call your own resume table if you prefer. So we're going to use PG table. Remember, we're using Postgres, so we're going to just get this from PG. So you can see there are so many other, apart from Postgres, they have SQL core. You can see SQL. You see SQLite core. So make sure to import any of your from PG. So I'm going to just import PG table. And inside the table, we're going to give our table a name. So I'm going to call this documents. And then we're going to open. And now let's fill in some of our table here. So I'm going to say index ID. So this is using the SQL format here. So we're going to say index and we're going to put serial. So serial import that from Postgres PG core, not from SQL core, because it's going to confusion. So I'm going to set this to ID. And I'm going to set this to not now. And since we want our set this to primary key, so this one that this is a primary key. So serial is just similar to integer because ID is going to be an integer. But what difference with serial with integer, which we can also import from here? We can see integer from here. The difference between serial and integer is because this has the autocomplete, auto increment functionality. So anytime we create a new row, it auto increments the ID for us. So that is the reason why we are using serial instead of integer. So I'm just going to give this a document ID, which we're going to auto generate, which we're going to generate by ourselves. And this is going to be a voucher, not a string. So make sure to import this from pg4. And voucher we're going to call that table, that particular row documents. I'm going to call it document underscore ID. Underscore ID. So this is the naming for the DB, and I'm going to set this to unique because unique, and this is going to be not null. Yeah, because you can't create any row without this value. It's not going to work. Without if this value is empty, it's not going to work. So it must be present. It must be present. These two must be present. So we're going to have our user ID which we got from our Kinde Authentication platform. So I'm going to just call this voucher user ID, and I'm not going to say it's unique. I'm just going to say it's to not now because we're going to have so many document rules that has the same user can create. So there's no point making it unique. So title. So the title of our document is going to be voucher title, and I'm going to set the length for the documents for the title to length 255. Yeah, so the next row we want to create summary. So this will hold our summary. So we're not going to use voucher because summary can be much like a description. So I'm going to use text, and let's import that from PG core, and I'll just name it summary. Yeah. So the next one I'm going to set theme color. So this is going to hold our theme color. and this is going to be theme color. No, it's not going to be, it's going to be, okay, not no. Yeah, because we're going to set the default for it. So I'm going to set a default. So we're going to have a default color, so it's not going to be actually be null. So I'm going to just set the length of theme color. And below that, you're going to have our thumbnail, which is going to be text. You're going to have current position, which is going to be an integer, which you can import from integer from PG. And this is going to be current position, and this is going to be not null. And I'm going to set the default to 1. Then we're going to set some other information. We're going to have the status. So now the status is going to define the archive, the private or public. So this is actually going to be an enum. So to set enum in this URL is very simple. Just export this and get constant, call it a name, status enum. Yeah, status enum. It's going to be equals to pg enum. So let's import that. Yeah, so once you import that, let's call it status. And now we're going to set our value. So I'm going to say you're going to have archive. So let me just set that quick. So inside here, I'm just going to get archive, private, and public. So to use this, we're just going to get this here and then just paste it here. I'm going to set this to status. I'm going to set default to private. So this is how to use enum in Drizzle Orm. So there's some other information I just need apart from the user ID. I want to get the username. So I'm going to say author email, or you can call it the user email or user yeah. So let me just set that to not no. So this is actually not important because I'm already getting user ID. There's no point of the author, but I just want to let's add that to your database. So get the user that created the name and the email. So I'm just going to say his name, and I'm going to say it's not no. Yeah. So now we are going to set up two other things, which is the created as it's going to be timestamp from PG, and this is going to be created as not now. So and default is going to be default now. So let me just set this to default now. So here we're going to set the mode to string. So let's just duplicate that and let's just call this updated as. So let's set this to updated as mode string and default now. So that is it for our first table which we've created, or data documents table. And now we're going to let's go ahead and export this in our index.txt. So let's go into our index.txt and let's export this. So I'm going to just say export from documents here. So I'm just going to export document table and the inner. So let's save that. And now, once we say that, let's go ahead to our schema and let's import our schema. So we already have our schema now. So let's import that. And let's set our schema now. So now it should work properly. So the next thing we're going to do now is setting up our migration or DB push here. So to do this, I'm going to just set it. So one thing you need to also know in Drizzle Orm is if you're using other database like Neon or any other one, you actually create your migration script by yourself. They might provide it for you there. But since we're using Visual Postgres, we can use the default migration for Drizzle Orm in our own. So because of that, I'm just going to go to our packages.json. So for us to remember all the time, I'm going to just quickly set our migration script. So I'm just going to use the default way. So I'm going to call this db generate. So this is to use to generate the user is converted to generate the SQL query for it. So which is going to store in the Drizzle folder, which we set in the config, here. So it's going to apply to our migration, which will not push which we're going to push the generation we made, the SQL script we made, we generated, the files we generated, and we're going to push that to the DB. So I'm going to just do that. I'm going to just say to Drizzle create. So we're going to use the kit generate, and now let me just copy this and use this. I'm going to call this push. Yeah. So they have other ones you can check out in their documentation. They have for migrate. So at least, so we are going to use db push. We're going to use the generate and db push for this project. So let's save that and go ahead and run our first migration. So I'm just going to open this terminal and let me just close this. So we should be able to see our Drizzle folder created by Drizzle Orm. So I'm just going to say npm run db migrates, generates, press enter, and we should see the folder being created for us here. See, okay, we could not find user config. So I think no config, Drizzle config.tx. Okay, why didn't they work? So I think I need to let me see. Oh yeah, we need to remove this. Let me remove this. This is not needed. Yeah. So I think this was the config which Vercel specify here. The file, I think you created the file. Yeah, this is the file. So you can use the flow here, but I'm not going to just remove that. And let me just clear and then run this. So now we've created our Drizzle oh shit, let me remove this. Yeah, save this. So you see, this has been created by the generate. See no schema, nothing to migrate. Is it not actually seeing DB? Oh shit, yeah, I forgot to put schema. index.tx. So guys, so if I want to put so let me clear this quickly and let me just run this again. Yeah, we've seen that it has it saw a table, one table, and if we inspect, we should see a file here. So it has created the table in SQL file, so with the enum and everything. So that's why you need to export everything. So now the next thing is to push the table. So let's go ahead and say npm, so I'm going to mcm push. So if you use npm db migrate, which we created, it's going to work the same way. So it's pulling our schema, and yes, let me see, saying about, okay, let's see, yes. We've already created something for. So now it has pushed our database, our table to database. So let's go to Visual Postgres, and let me just go to data, and then let's search our table. We can see our first table, documents ID, user ID, and created that on beta. So this is great. So we set up our database working with Drizzle Orm, which is great. So now let's go ahead and so we're going to come back later to work on the other tables, and then we're going to talk about one-to-one relationship and others relationship, many to one-to-many relationship, which we're going to also look at in Drizzle. So let's go ahead to create a resume and the API. Yeah, so let's go ahead. So before we go ahead to work on the create resume and its API, so let's complete. It's better to complete the whole table. So let's go ahead and work on the remaining tables. So the next table I'm going to create a separate table, a file called which is going to hold our personal information. So I'm going to say personal info.tx. Then we're going to go inside the desk personal info. I'm just going to simply the same thing, export constant personal. I'm going to call this personal table, info table. And which is going to be equals to a PG table. So import that form, which I'm going to set to personal info. Yeah. So let's just open this, and then we're going to set ID to serial. Sorry, it is going to have an ID name with make sure to import that PG. It's going to be in not now PG primary key. Sorry. Yeah. So this is we're going to write a document ID, or I'm going to call it a doc ID, which will be associated with a one-to-one relationship with the document table. So to do that in this where I'm just going to call the name, give a name to the document. So I'm going to call this document to differentiate it with the one we have in the document table. So I'm going to call this is going to be an integer. Let's import that. So now this is going to be, I'm going to call this document underscore ID. So this is going to be a name that's going to be the database, and this is the one we're going to be using here in this URL. So this is going to reference, so we want to reference a particular table, and this is going to be a callback function, and that table is going to be our document table. So I'm going to import document table, which is going to be related to the ID of the document table. So this rule is going to be it's going to reference the document ID. So, and now I want when this ID is this particular rule in the document table is being deleted, I want this to also deleted. So I'm going to call this cascade on delete cascade. So now we're going to put in some information which I'm just going to explain here. Just put in our first name, which is this is it. And I'm just import that from pgconfig. And if you see first name and first name is going to be like so. We're not putting not null because by default all this will be null. So they can be null. Right, so I'm going to add that. So I'm just going to set first name, last name, job title, address, phone number, and email. So this is going to handle our resume, review, and also the form. So this is it can be dynamic. So anyone can add anything they prefer. If you want to add first name, you can add this. So this is going to be null by default because once we are creating that table, the first table, we are going to set personal info to null. So now we've created the personal info table, which has a relationship to one-to-one relationship with the Drizzle with the document table. Now we've done that for only the database. So we need to also tell Drizzle Orm that personal table info table has a relationship to the documents table. So Drizzle Orm don't understand, don't know. But when we try to migrate, generate and push it, SQL we know, but Drizzle don't know. So and since we're going to use Drizzle to query our DB, so it's good for us to let Drizzle to know, and for us to allow Drizzle to know, we're going to use the relationship table. So you can see that in their documentation here. If you open the documentation and let's go to query. Let's see, let's query. Let's see. Let's see one-to-one relationship. So let me just click on query. Let's look at query. I don't know why it didn't load. So it didn't work. So I think I just quickly search for relation in this realm. So we should see relation here. So this is one-to-one relationship. And this is what user has specified for. So this user has a one-to-one relationship with so let me go down here. Now this is where we have it here. So we have a user table and we have a personal and profile info table. Now this has a one-to-one relationship. This is also we need to create a relations for each of the table. So to tell Drizzle that user has a relation, then profile has a relation. So we can do that in the documents and also in the personal info too. So to do that, let me just copy. Let's copy this because this is one. So let's just copy this and let's come down here, restart, and we're going to import relations from Drizzle Orm. Yeah, from Drizzle Orm. And the next thing we're going to do, let's change this from profile info to personal info relation. So now this is going to take our personal info table, just like the example we saw there. And now you should see that this will give us a callback with the arguments of one and many. You should see one and many. So this is if you're having one many relationship, or since we're having one with the document, you're just going to call this document table. So now what are you going to name this particular relationship? So when you're querying, you'll be able to fetch the relation. So I'm going to call this document. And now document is related to which table? So it's going to want to relate to the documents table. Now the field which this table is connects the personal table info table to the document table. You're going to come here to the personal info table, right? And I'm going to set it to top ID. Then we're going to reference this the same way we reference this here. I'm going to reference this. So this is how to set up your personal info relation, how to in relation in Drizzle. So let's go ahead and work on the other table. So there are some other options I want to do here before I go over to create the other one, which is I'm going to use the Drizzle Orm Zod. So for Zod, to use Zod with Drizzle Orm, if you want to actually call and create a particular table, you can use Zod to validate those fields for us before it's being created. So Zod will check if those information the particular is provided or not. So to do that, we can just create export constant personal info table. I'm just going to call this schema, which is going to be equal to create insert. So create insert schema. So let me import that from Drizzle sort. So let's use it here. Create insert. And if you open that, you can see it's going to ask for some arguments. You need to set the table. And now we can specify it like this and use the schema. So we can use the schema now with type to set the type. So if you hover over here, you should be seeing sort validating each. So it knows that this is a number. This is this is since this is optional. This is a string and so on and so forth. So yeah, this is actually a number too. Yeah, this should be a number. Block ID is a number. So now we're going to set a type, Prisma type. We're going to import Zod. We're going to say interfere type of the personal info schema. So if you hover, you should see the type. Why it is not creating the types for us. So inside here, you can pick if you use this personal info table. Zod we ask for all of this info here we provided, or we can use pick to pick the ones we want. So I'm just going to set this to so this should be dots. So I'm going to pick. So which one did I want? I want first name to be true. You can also modify this. You can also modify this the particular ones you want on the like let's say the validation upon added to these fields. You want to change the validation for it. Yeah, you can change that. So I'm just going to just tell once I'm trying to create this, I want to just get all this information should be provided in the payload or whatever. Yeah. So this is how to use integrate Zod, digital Zod uh into your table. Yeah. So is it. So let's go ahead and work on the next table, which we're going to work is the experience table. Experience.cx. Yeah. Let's press enter. So inside the experience table, we're going to have let's go ahead and just copy the personal table here. So to make things faster, let's just import that. So let's change this to experience. Let's import that from PG, and let's change this to experience too. So here we're going to import this from PG. We're going to import integer. We're going to import document table. And now we're not going to use, let's import the Vercel. So here we're going to change this to title. We're going to change this to company name. So let's change this to title. Let's change this to company name underscore name. Yeah, so I'm just going, let me just change this to let's leave it like that. Then we're going to change this to city. Yeah, city. And we're going to change this to state. State. And we're going to set currently working. So this is going to be a boolean from PG. So I'm going to say this to currently working. I'm going to change this, remove this lines 500. I'll say this to not now. I'll say this to default false. So we're going to also set the work and end date. So let me just remove all these other ones here. You don't need this, so this is what we need. And let's import dates from PG. And now we need the work summary from PG. So just import that from text from PG. So we have the ID, doc ID, title, company name, city, state, currently working, work summary, start date, end date, with the personal info. You can also add the I didn't add this. We created as and updated as if you prefer, but you can still leave that there. So we've done this. So the next thing we're going to do is to add the relation since we are so it's just going to be similar with what we have in the personal info. So experience also has one-to-one relationship with the documents table. So I'm just going to just do the same thing here. Experience table 1. And also for the Zod and this is just going to be the same thing. Let's just import that. Yeah, from this also. And let's import this too. So it's just the same thing. The same thing. So we're going to pick all this. And now let's go ahead and work on the education table. Education table. .tx. So education table is going to be similar to it. So I'm just going to just get that. Let's just copy what we have for there and let's import it. So let's import everything here. And now the voucher, text and dates. Now remember, everything is being imported from PG core, so make sure you look at your imports, everything is working fine. So here we have education table, education. We set primary school, we also set the doc ID, university name to university name, the length, and everything has nothing. Also by default, it will be now degree, major, description, start dates and end dates. And the the relation is going to be actually be the same thing. So let me just the relation is going to be the same thing. So just copy that from personal info and just make changes to that. So this is just going to be like this. And we're having relation, go education table, documents, education, this, and then you're just going to set the use sort to set the types for us, and just similar to what we have with uh personal info. Let's just import that and then import sort. So this is it, similar to what we have with personal info and experience. So we can look at it again. Just follow the flow with the personal info too. So we're going to create the next one, which is the I think is the last one, skills.tx. So skills.tx, we're going to just do the same thing with what we already have. So I'm just going to just grab that in here. We're just going to copy this here, document ID, name, and then rating, the skills name here. So let's just do the relations and then this and the create insert table here. So let's so from this place we just use the integer and rating to default to 0. And everything are basically the same thing. So now we should go over to the documents, and now we're going to do the relationship for documents, which is going to be different from the one we have because we're going to use I'm going to use both the many to many. So I'm just going to use let me close this and let me import the relations. So we're having one to many here for the document. So inside here we're going to have the personal info. So you can name this anything you want. I'm going to call it personal info. And personal info is going to be a one-to-one relationship. So this is going to have the personal info table. So I'm going to just import that. So you can see we set this. So I'm not going to set any field because we don't have any field and reference to this here. So this is the parents table here. So I'm going to do that for experience, and then also for experience is not one-to-one relationship because we can have multiple experience. So experience is one to many. So we are going to have one when one experience has one. Each experience will has one document ID, or a document ID can have many experience. So I'm going to just say that we're going to use the many. We're going to set that to experience table. So let's just import that experience table. And that is going to also apply for both education and skills because we're going to have many relationship to one to many to skills and education. So let's save that. And now for the documents, we are going to just use the sort to implement it. So this is the different way to apply that. So I'm going to just import that from Drizzle. So this is just setting some validation for it, like for the title color. This is optional. I'm trying to tell you that these fields are optional. Like some of these fields are optional. I don't need them. Like team color. This is because I set not more here. And set this to the default color. So I want to set, okay, once I'm passing a value from payload, this is not required. Number is not required. Current position is not required. So, but these are the fields that are required, need to be provided in from the payload. So I just need the title and the status. Summary can be null. So I'm just going to set the summary not. I didn't set not null. So I can skip summary too. I can skip this. I can skip that. So I'm just setting this out. Then I can set the type, document type for our Zod. So I'm just going to just import this from Zod. And now we are done with everything we need to do with uh, our tables. So let's just go ahead and make sure we should import everything inside here. Everything, both the relations and then the enums. So let's just import, make sure to import everything here. So I'm just going to import that here. So we are going to import the document table, document relation, the status enum, import the education table, education relations, experience table, experience relations, personal table, personal table relations, skills and skills. So once we've imported that, so let's go ahead and then run our uh, generate to generate all the table, and then so let's just close this and let's run this again. So you say the npm run db generate, and if you generate our SQL file. So if you open it, we should see that our file as, if you open Drizzle, and we should see the latest. I think this is the latest here. And we should see education, experience with document ID, personal info, skills, and we should see their relations there. So we set this. So remember that in the schema, the relations here are not for SQL but for the Drizzle Orm query. So it's for Drizzle Orm to note that we have a relation with the table, with the document table, and which of them has one-to-one or one-to-many. So now let's push our SQL to our Visual Postgres. So if you push and update that, we should see, should go over to our let's just say yes. So just change as apply. Now if I click on query and I click on table, we should see all our table now has been added to the database, and we should see that we have documents here, and select personal info. Personal info has the document ID and other information here. Post queues has documents, and so on and so forth. So we set up our database completely. Now let's go ahead and work on the create resume UI and the API, which we are going to use to create our first resume. I hope our server is actually running. So we're just going to run our server npm to see that everything works fine. So API run dev, and then we should have our local 3000, and we should load up. So let's see if everything works fine. So I'm trying to, yeah, so finally it's loaded up completely correctly now. So let's go ahead and work on this page now. Create a resume. So let's work on the create resume. So before we do that, let's go over and let's set up the UI for the home. So let's go to app folder, dashboard, and page. So here we're going to just try to fill the component for that. So inside the dashboard, we're going to just clear this. So this is the home. So I'm going to say class. We're going to call this to faithful. Create a different div again with a class name. I'm going to put widthful here. I'm going to set this to MX auto. And I'm going to set maximum width to 7XL. And then we're going to say PY5 width and PX5. So we're going to have a different div again, which is going to hold our top right to. I'm going to call this flex item start and justify between. So inside here, we're just going to have a div that hold our h1, which this h1 is going to have a class of xx to xl, and then we're going to have font bold, and then dark. I don't set any class here, so let me just put resume here. So we're going to have a p tag with the contents here. So I'm just going to have p tag with dark inherits. So there's a create your own custom API and then subscribe to the channel. So yeah, after this div, we're going to create a div again. This div is going to be for the right side, which is going to have a class name of shrink to 0. And we're going to have flex item center and then gap 3. So this is going to hold our trash lists, our trash button or popover. You can call it anyone. So this is going to hold our trash, and then now if you see that your is coming up. So now we are going to have a div below that. So both these two divs. So let me just close this. So yeah, we're going to have a div with a class name of widthful ET11. So to give it a stop, and then we're going to have an h5 with a class name of XL. Sorry. I'm going to have font semi-bold. I'm going to have a text, dark text inherit. I'm going to have an MB of every. So inside here, we're going to just call this all our resume. We'll call this all our resume. And there we're going to create a div below this. This is going to have a class. Let me call this flex. Let's wrap it's full. Yeah, let's hold that right. So we're going to create a component now, which is going to call add resume component. So let's go ahead and then create this component for now. So add revenue is going to add this component is going to be inside the component folder. So inside here we're going to just create a file called add resume.txt. I will say REFCE. And let's go ahead and import that. While we're going to also create another component here to hold our list of resume, which we're going to also create here. No, this is not going to be inside. I'm going to put it inside also the list. So let me set it out ACE and let's import that. So yeah. So now we are going to, it should stop the error. Oh, let me see whether I imported this right. So now it's not showing. Okay. So let me just go ahead and then let's work on the add resume component. So for the add resume component, we're going to just have a very simple div. We're going to call this row of button. Let me just put a fragment here. And inside this button, we're just going to have a class name of p2 pixel. We're going to have a cursor pointer and a mouse width or a width of 164 pixel. So you're going to have click, which is going to be an onCreate handler. This onCreate handler is going to be it is going to call it constant onCreate is going to be a use callback, use callback. So yeah. So inside the div, you're going to create a div inside here. This div is going to be class name. This is where it says open it because we want to write a bunch of size 24 with the height of 183 pixel. And I'm going to say flex colon rounded large and then gap 2 with width full, maximum width full. You're going to have item center. Yeah, justify center. And you're going to have other BG white. Over is going to be BG primary. I'm going to have over let's put scale 101. 101 is not existing, so let's just say the scale. Let's put transition. We'll use over shadow. And then dark, we have PG secondary. So now we are just going to just open span plus from Lucy React. We're going to set the size to 30 pixel, save close. And then now we're going to just set P. It's going to be a class name of text small font semi-bold. And we're going to just say blank resume, create resume. can call it create resume anyway. So I'm going to set a value. Let's come here and set constant is pending. Is equal to false. Yeah. So let's close this here. Now we're going to have like a div. So I'm going to say if it's pending, show this. Yeah. So let's put div here. And see what we are doing. So I'm going to say is to class fix top 0 left 0. I'm going to say set index of 999 right 0. We're going to also have flex and flex command. We're going to also have gap 2. We're going to have item center and justify center. Black drop block. Yes, set this here. MPG black, sorry, black slash 30, width full, height full. So we're just going to have a loader here from the React. It's going to have a size of 35 pixel and a class name with animate spin. So we're going to also have a div here. This div has a class name of flex item center and gap to 1. Now let's change to 2. So we're going to have file le text from this React, and I'm going to say creating blank okay. So okay, let me set this to clients to use clients. So we can see that it's showing here. So let me set it to false. And let's see how the card look like. So I think this thing is now positionable, and this should not be over. But I think this should not be hover. This should be border, not primary. And this width should be full width. Yeah, should. So in page we can have yeah. So we've done the UI. Now let's make this to work. So once we click on this, it should all the endpoints to then create it. So let's go ahead and work on the endpoints. So let's go into our app, open our API routes, and now let's change this to documents. Well, let's just delete everything here. Let me delete it. Let's also delete the other ones too. Let me remove this. Where's the app? API and delete this. Oh. So let's just create our own file here. Let's call it documents.cs. So we're just going to just create our own. So let's say same thing. So let me just say constant documents route is equals to new Hono import that. Let's just do this, and let's make sure to export them. Okay, I think we've we then export this. We need to export it to default. So let me just export this, and here let's create our endpoint to create. So here we're going to attach this with .post. So for .post, we're going to have /create, and remember we are going to add our middleware, and this middleware is going to be our Zord validator, just simply what we explained before. So if you come down here, I'm going to just put this here, and if you remember, we had let's import Zord validator from Hono. So I'm just going to just get that here, and then this is going to come from our schema. So if you look at here, we see that we set up this schema. So this is what this is also going to be using for the API. So that's what we do. So instead of doing it manually, you can just create it inside a DB the schema file, and then you can import that here. So we're going to also make this a protected route. So sorry, let me just import this. Let me put a comma here. Then I press enter, and let's import our get alt user, which we defined before, from kind, and then we're just going to use get so yeah. So now we're going to just use our try catch, and inside the try catch, we're just going to get the user and the user ID. Let's get the user and the user ID. So yeah, we're going to import. So the value now is going to be as document schema. So if you open document schema, you should see where we do the type. So you can set that, or you can even leave that out. Let me see. And then we should have everything. Let me see. Yeah, everything's still there. So you can just set that, or you can leave that here. It's still going to be there. Yeah. Somewhere the values that I picked, you can see that only the value that I specify to pick is what is showing here. It's not showing the ID, it's not showing the it's not showing the documents ID. You can see that if you go into our schema, and if you see that here I didn't specify the document ID or the user ID, so this is great. So now we've got the title, and let's get the author name, and then this. So these are the fields that is going to be provided by the user. Just any of these point position status, summary, name, color, and then some reason status is not important, but by default it's going to be private when you create. So I'm putting the name, author, and the email. Now to get the document ID, we need to generate an ID for it. So to do that, we are just going to go to our lib and let's create a file called helper. So inside here, we're going to create a file called helper.txt. So inside helper, we're just going to generate. Right, so we should make sure that we have UUID because we're going to use UUID inside here. So we don't have UUID, so let's install that. Let's go to the GitHub and let's find for UUID. So you see UUID here and let's import that. Let's copy that and let's cancel this and let's install this. Make sure to install that. So while this is installing, let me just go over and let's create our exports constant generate doc UUID, which is going to be output string. So it's going to use so it's not returning any string, so let me just return for now. So let's confirm that everything doesn't, so it doesn't install completely. You can actually just run the server immediately, and while that is running, we can just let's say constant UUID. You're going to say UUID, sorry, UUID v4. So to import that, I'm going to import that from UUID. So I'm just going to import that here. You can see v4 from UUID. Let's check this. It's complaining about the type. So let's install the type for the UUID. So the type is going to be the same. Let me just cancel. So let me just it's going to be the same reason. So I'll just cancel this, paste this here, and let me just ignore this. And there UUID you're going to put, sorry, I'm going to put at here, at sign. Yeah, so let's install that. Yeah, probably we've installed that. So let's run the server. And UUID to stop. So we have UUID 4, and then it is going to just see get that and replace, because we want to remove this dash that comes with UUID. So I'm just going to just put comma an empty string. So it's going to replace that with an empty string. And then we're going to just return. Let me just open this and see doc UUID dot substring /16. So once we get 16 character, and then save that. I think we are done with that. So let's just copy that, go to our documents and our API document here. So let's just uncomment this and let's just call this equals to import that. Yeah, from the helper. And now we've gotten our ID. So now let's create a new document. So let me just create constant new doc is going to be equals to and title is going to be equals to title. User ID is going to be equals to user ID. Document ID is going to be document ID. Author name and author email is going to be author email. And I think I didn't. So there's no point passing the status. So I'm going to set that to private by default. So now to insert in Drizzle Orm, since Drizzle Orm is using the is just a constant. This is going to be equals to await db. So let's import db from so this is going to be an array. So let's import db. No, not from. Let's go to our db. Let's see. We need to export the db so that we can be able to get. So let me just export this. Yeah. So export this, and now we should say db from our schema dot. So we are just going to say db is going to be what to say. This is going to be dot insert. So we're going to specify the table, document table from schema, and now we're going to specify the values. If you have used SQL, you should see that it's just too similar. Then we're going to say, so since inserting is going to give us a list, but how can we get a response from the return form insert? Because insert does not give any return by default. So we need to add returning to it. So we're going to add return. I'm going to specify data here. So inside return, we can see some example here. You can see that you can specify the values you want to return from the database. You can just put the value, you can return everything, or you can insert one row and return only the ID. So you can see how it also can return everything, or you can return only the ID. So I'm going to return everything here. And for the data, we're just going to just call JSON plus this to pass the data. So yeah, JSON is, and now if any, I'm going to just return field documents. So you're going to return it and just get this field create document. So we are done with our create document. So let's connect our document route to route, and so I'm going to just remove these two things, and now we're just going to call this here this one. We have the API here, we have the route. So we just call this app dot route for these documents, and I can remove this from here, and let me just say it here. Yeah, document is going to be document route. So let me just remove this and let me just paste this here. Let's import this. So now we have routes, documents, and documents. So now we can use our documents endpoints in our project. So to make use of the documents API create, so we're going to create a folder structure we're going to use to handle that. So I'm going to create what we call features, create a folder called features. And inside here, we are going to create a hook. I'm going to create a folder. I'm going to call that document. And inside here, I'm going to create a simple and call this hook create document.txt. So inside here, we're going to label this as use clients. So we should check. So we're going to use use query in for handling our API calls. So inside our context, we've not set up use query. So let's go ahead and set up use query before we can be able to connect with our use it to connect with our Hono API. So to do that, you're just going to install it. So this is it here, Tanstack first query. So just import that. Let me just copy that and let's install it here. So once you install that, it should we should create our context for it. So to create our context, we should hold down all our apps. So we're going to create a context that hosts the provider for query. So I'm going to say query dash provider .cxx. So this is just going to hold this. You can check the documentation, just search for Tanstack query and React query, and you should see what we did here. We just created node, we import the Tanstack query, client provider, and query client. We set a default function query provider prop, set a new query client and pass the client, and this is how we handle it. So now we are going to import that inside our layout, main layout file. So let's go into our main layout file. Here we're just going to just put it to wrap the entire application. I'm just going to set that to query provider. Let's import that from our context. So now we've set up our query. So let's just run our server on dev, and now it should be running properly, and then we should go over to our use create documents, and there let's start to work on this now. So for the use query document, I'm just going to call constants use create documents is equals to open this, and let's export default. Yeah. So we're just going to get our query clients from our use query clients. This is going to come from React query. So now we're going to set up our mutation. So before we set up our mutation, we need to understand our PC clients. So that is what we're going to be using here. So let's go back to Hono our PC, and if you scroll to where we can find clients, so we can see Hono client. So I just want to find a different one for us. Let me scroll up. Where can we find the clients? So you see that here we can see that Hono use the clients here. So coming. Okay, yeah, so this is the client I'm looking for. So on the client side, import HC and the app type first. Then create a client, pass the app type to it, and then the arguments, the path. Then we can use the client now with the post.post and pass the argument to the server and get a response. So client doesn't support or file uploading. But you understand how it works now. So we get this, we set this, we pass the value, we get the status okay, and we set the response interface response type, and then the response and the request. I think request type too. So it's just, you can read this document to see how to use it. So let's go ahead and work on how to set up. First of all, we're going to set up a file that holds this part first here and this part. So to do that, we're going to go into our leaf folder and I'm going to create a Hono RPC. So I'm just going to go into our leaf folder. I'm going to say Hono rpc.txt. So inside here, we're just going to copy this. What do I call this? Let's copy this. Let's copy this one too. So let me just close this. So let's just leave that one here and let's import the app. So we're going to say import our app type from as app slash API slash our capture route slash routes. So now this we're going to also export. You can export both the clients. Just me, I will just change it to API is equal to client dot API. So you can also export this. So this port is wrong. So what we're going to do now to hold that, so we're going to go to our env and then we're just going to set a public this here. So I'm just going to call this because remember our local 3000, when we deploy this is just for development, and when we deploy it's going to change. So that's why I want to use that here. So when we deploy we change it from the env. And I'm going to just go back into here and then let's import that from we're going to do process or env to import together from our env file. So inside here we're just going to say process or env and public and place exclamation mark at the end. So now we've set up the Hono RPC file where we clients where we can use on our create documents. So now if you scroll down to where we saw that this type response and type request, so we're going to use that inside there. So at the top we're going to set up the type response and the type. So I'm going to say type response response type is equals to interface, not interface, sorry. Then we're going to say response from Hono is going to have a type of API. So I'm going to import that from our Hono RPC, which we've just created recently. Documents. Thus, you can see it's giving me autocomplete create dots. So you notice that this is a post. So this is the response I'm going to do. So let's just duplicate that. Let's call this request. So now this is RPC infer and request type. So now we are going to specify what we're going to pass here, we're going to pass in JSON, because that is what we require on the endpoints. We require JSON there. So here we're just going to just set our mutation. So I'm just going to explain that immediately. Yeah, so here we're going to just set up our mutation. Let me just import those from Yuzu, and then our use mutation from React query. So this is just going to say mutation use mutation. We're going to pass in the response type. Error is just specify, and the request type. So now we're going to say, okay, mutation function. So we're going to get the JSON from the request type. So now we're going to say API, which is imported from the Hono RPC document create post JSON. We're going to pass in the JSON here, and now await the response JSON. So once we await the response, I'm going to set query clients invalidate query document. So we're going to create the endpoint to fetch all documents, and we want, once we create a document, it should also just refresh the entire document list to get the recent update. And if you fail, you just say fail here. So you can also get a response here. The response you retrieve from there, I can console it and get a response here. So I can console a response if you want to use the response. So we're going to just call this inside the create function here. So let's go ahead and just add that into the create function. So now let's go ahead and connect our API to the create function. So I'm going to go into my add resume components here, and we're going to just call it. So if I go back to use create, I'm just going to copy this here, and let me go back to add. At the top here, I'm just going to just call constants, structure it, and just close it. So let's import this from use create documents. Just remove this is pending, and there we should get is pending from here. Then we should get, since it's a mutation, we are going to get mutate from the response here. So inside here, we're just going to simply call the mutate function. So say mutate, and this is just going to take just going to set this to title. So my title is going to just be untitled resume. So and let me see whether I can save other thing. I'll leave status. I can leave all of them by default. So then let me see that. So inside the documents endpoint, I want to be sure that okay. So it's only title. I'm getting the title, only the title from there. So let me go back and then continue what I was doing. Think on track. So just go back to add resume, and then below you just put open your parenthesis and let's use our success. So I want one is, let me close this here. Yeah. So when it's successful, I want to redirect the user. So let me just get document ID from the response here. So this is just going to give me the response. I'm going to say document ID is going to be equals to response dot data dot document ID. Then it is going to call our router. So call the router dot push. So make sure to let's import that from use from React navigation next navigation. So we're just going to say constant router is equals to use router. So next navigation is where we're going to import that from. And let's push this. So I'm just going to open this. I'm going to call this dashboard. Yeah, but between the dashboard, we're going to pass in the documents to match our to match the file, the parts. So I'm going to put /edit. So just save that, and below here I'm just going to put annotate /router. And I think we are done with the create component, the add resume components, and we should check our server. Hopefully our server should be running. So localhost 3000, and we should wait for it to load. So let me just refresh that again. So now it is load completely. So let's try and click on this and see it takes us to the edit page. So I'm just going to click on this now, and we can see the loader is showing here creating blank resume, and hopefully we should be redirected to the edit page. So it has successfully created the, and yeah, so we've created our first resume or first document, blank document or blank resume. So you can see the parts documents, and you can see the documents ID which was saved, which we generated and was saved. So now let's go ahead and go back to the dashboard where we're going to work on listing out all of the resume that we've created. So let's go ahead and work on that. So now let's go ahead and work on the endpoints to fetch all the resume. So let's head over to the documents endpoints. I'm just going to documents API. So let me just move to that. So I'm going to just close this. So below the post, let me just find a way to close this. So this is the post we're going to call get here. And let me just close that. So inside the get, we're going to call this all. So that is going to have document/document/all. So here we're going to pass in our middleware. We're not having any params or any JSON object here. We're just going to pass in the get but user, and then async, which is going to be, we're going to pass our context, and then sorry. So let's just open this like this. Yeah, so we're going to have our trunk cache. So let's save that, and then let's get the user from the context.get user, and there we're just going to get our user ID, which is going to be equals to user.id from our kind of authentication. So now let's query the database. Let's get our documents, which is going to be equals to await db dot select. So we're going to use the SQLite style, or you can actually use query. So you can use query here, which is a different way to query the database with end user. This is simply like using the same format with Prisma ORM. So you can use that. We're going to use that data to query the database. So let's just use the, so I'm going to just use select. Then so inside the select, you can specify columns here which you want, but since I want all the columns, I'm just going to get this. So let's say from the document table. So document table, and now I want to order them by, let's do order by descending. We're going to get that from Drizzle Orm, descending order by documents table dot updated as. So you can use created as, you can use updated as, if you prefer. So I want the latest, any updates, the one that you updated first or last should be at the up. So I'm just going to put it where, because we're going to filter it. So where, so we want to get where. So now we want to filter if the data that matches the user ID first of all, and also to fetch the ones that the status is not archived. So we're going to just so since we're going to have filter based on the status that are not archived, so I'm going to filter the ones that are not archived. Then also return the ones that, so I'm going to also return the ones that matches the user ID. So what we're going to do here, we're going to use AND operator from Drizzle Orm. So this is combined to feature. So I'm going to say I want to get the data that matches with my user ID. So Drizzle also provide what we call, you can see it here, equals to. So I'm going to put my QL open bracket. I'm going to call documents table dots. So the document table must match my user ID, which is going to be user ID. So this is it. So now we've done for the equals. Now we don't want to fetch the one that are archived. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to put the not equals to here, which is going to come from this URL. I'm going to put dot status, which is not just going to match from our inner. Okay, so this is how it's going to filter our DB and get the data that matches these criteria here. So I'm just going to, let's return this, return c.json, and let's open now this. Let's say success to true, and then data to document. And when there's any error, we're going to just return 500 internal server error here. So let me just return that. See, just open that and place it here. So just return success field, that message field to fetch documents, and just send the error to the front end. And let's just remove this. So let's use one here. So now we've gotten the endpoints. Now we've created the endpoint to get all the documents or resume. So I'm just going to go over to sync. Yeah. So let me clear everything here. So what we're going to do now is to go into our features, and then let's create a separate component which is we're going to use to fetch the whole so I'm going to call that use documents. So let's not use documents, use get documents.cs. So now inside, let's just label this as this client. Set this as this client. So in React query to use the query client, it's much more easier than the post. So we're just going to use a constant use get document, which is going to be equals to. So okay. is going to be equals to, let's get constant query client, not query client, query key. I'm going to set it up here. I'm going to set that to equals to documents. So inside here, we're going to say constant query, which is going to be equals to use query. Yeah, let's import that from React query. So once you import that, let's set the query key. And now we're going to set the query function. So in the query function, it's going to be an async function. And let me just wrap this and then return object. Then we're going to say our endpoint. Say endpoint is going to be equals to API dot. So up you imported the API. So API we're going to have documents. That was all. So let me change this to endpoints. So we've gotten our endpoints. Now let's just say constant response, which is going to be equals to await endpoint dot get. So now we're just going to check if not response dot okay. Let's throw new error failed to get documents here. So but if there was any response, let's say it went through, and to get the document data and the success from our response, and let's just get this from await response.json. And there, let's just return data. So then we need to export the query. We need to return the query, not export the query. Return. So yeah, we need to return. Then we need to export the use document. Export default. Yeah. So we are done. So the next thing we are going to do now is we're going to go into our resume list, and let's use this. So I'm just going to copy this, and inside the resume list, let's go into our components, no, not component, app, home, and then inside component, if you see the resume list here, and inside here, we're just going to set a fragment. Let's just get fragments from React. Let's just close that. So here we're just going to the constant object there, constant object, and let's paste this, and let's just import this from this feature. Let's get the data. It's loading, or it's pending anyone. It's error, and refresh. Then inside here we're just going to set it's loading. Just put a question mark. I'm going to just set the, let me set this to null first, and then let's, why is it showing error? Okay, let me just set the class name, flex item center. Then we're going to have justify center. Yes, item center is okay. MX, let's just leave it like that. MX5. And here we're going to just have the loader from the React, import that SQL class name, animate spin. Then we're going to have let's say so let's black, and I'm going to set on dark mode. It should be text white. So let me just break this down. So inside here, we're going to just set the size to just 10. And let's refresh this and see this is a default core server. Yeah, we need to set this to use to. Use clients. So you should fix the issue. And now we can see the loader here showing here. Successful loading. So now let's go ahead and implement the remaining parts of it. So I'm going to just set a different component. I'm going to say is error. Let's just open that and let's set that to null. And this is just going to be a div of class name, which is going to be a flex color, item center, item center. We're going to have we're going to leave justify center. Just put mx5 layer 2. Yeah. And inside here, we're just going to just have a simple button that just called the refresh button. The button will have a class name with a flex, item center, and then gap one. Inside here is going to have rotate, CW. Yeah, from let's see CW. It's going to be a size of 180. Save that and let's just put a simple span. Retry. Very simple. And we're going to just set that to on click. So I'm just open this and just say on click. Open this and let's just go refresh. Sorry. So on click and then refresh. You fix that one. So that's it. So now let's go and work on the main. So I'm just going to open this and let's just put this two fragments here. Fragments on me. And let's just open this and just say resume. So before we say resume, let's just get it resume from here. I'm just going to say constant resume is equals to data question mark dot data, which is going to be equals going to be set to empty array if undefined. So just going to put this here. I'm going to use question mark or map. Our map is going to give us our resume arguments, and let's just and now we're going to just go resume item, which we've not created yet, and this resume item will take in the keep, which is going to take in the resume documents, or you can use document or ID. Then we're going to just have the documents ID, which is going to be resume documents ID. We're going to have the title, which is going to be equals to resume title. We're going to have the status, resume status, then the updated art, resume updated art, and then the theme color. So just set the theme color, then the thumbnail. So that's it. So let's go ahead and create this resume item inside the common.tx, and let's just RAFCE to immediately create the components, and let's head over to resume and let's just import that. Yeah, so let's go over here and let's write our interface. So I'm just going to close this. Let me close this well, and then let's write the interface at top here. Interface, which is going to be prop type, and this is going to have the documents ID. Documents ID, which is going to be string, and this is going to have title, string, status. This is going to be archive, private, and then public. I think, yeah. So next one we're going to have is theme color, which is going to be a string or long. Then the thumbnail is going to be a string too or no. String or no. So then last one is going to be the updated ads, which is going to be string. So let's set it to let's see from React and pass it here. Close that. So now let's just open this and get documents ID, status, title, theme color, thumbnail, updated ads. Yeah, so that's it. So here we're just going to call the constant.router, which is going to be equals to use router from the navigation. Next navigation. Then here we're just going to simply say constant dot doc date. So document date is going to be equals to use memo, and then it's going to be a callback function, which we're going to say if not updated at, let's just return no, or let me just put empty list here first. So now we're going to say constant formatted date is going to be equals to format. So format is going to be from data function. So we've not installed that. So let's just go ahead and then top our server, go to our GitHub URL, and let's look for its function here. So let me just scroll down. I think I didn't specify the date function here. So we can install any version here. Yeah. I'll just install any version here. So let me just specify a particular version I'm going to use for the date function. So I'm going to use npm. So just follow me, npm install date fns at 4.1.0, and let's press enter. So let's wait for it. So it has installed completely. Let's just run our server, npm run dev, and let's just go back and let's get a format from, let's get the, so I'm just going to just import that from it. So let me just say formats So let me just go up here and let's import that. Let me move this to the top, and inside you're going to do import formats from, let's get that from date function. Yeah. So once you've import that, you just go to just say updated as, and inside the updated as, we're going to just pass in the way we want to display the dates. So I'm just going to put a string, and we'll set that to month, day, comma, and 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah. So this is the format, and we're going to just return this. Return format date. So inside here, I'm just going to get the updated that and pass inside the MC. So now we are going to also create a simple function that you say go to doc, which is going to be a use callback, and let's set that to an empty array. And inside here, I'm just going to use the router dot push, and then you can mistake here. Router dot push. This is going to be similar to what we have in the add. Let me just get that. It's going to be similar to what we have here. And let me just paste that here. So router push, and then we're going to set this to router document ID. So once we've done that, let's go ahead and create our component. So I'm just going to add space. Now let me just, this is going to be a roll up button, and inside here you just have a class name, and this class is going to have cursor pointer. With the max width is going to be max width of just similar to the card component which is for creating the resume. So I'm just going to set that to, let me just say width full here, and let's give this border, and so rounded large, transition, let's set transition all, and I'm going to set this to height of 197 pixel, and then we're going to have the same over border primary space. We're going to have our over shadow medium, and we're going to have our, so let me just say this to save like this. You can also add shadow primary if you want. So now we're going to also set, I want to set the border theme to have the theme color. So I'm just going to say style, which is going to be equal to border, and this border is going to have our theme color, or it's not going to have if it's not. So that is that. The next thing we're going to do now is to create the inner part. So I'm going to just call div, and this is going to be a class name of flex. Now we're going to have flex column with the width full, age full, item center, rounded large, And we're going to just open this. Let me break this here. We're going to have justify center, pg. Going to just give it a color of fd, so fd, and then on dark mode it's going to be a pg or secondary. So now inside here, let me just close, let me leave the space. And inside here, you're going to have a div. And the div is going to have widthful. Let me have a class name here. Widthful, flex. And then we're going to have flex1, px1, and pt1. So let me just bring that in. And we're done with that. So inside here, we're going to have a different div again, which is going to hold our thumbnail. So we're going to say class, and it's going to be widthful, flex1, and then we're going to have PG white. So PG white and dark PG gray 700. So yeah. So we're going to have founded top should be large. Then we're going to have justify center, then item center. So now we're going to just say if thumbnail we're going to open this and we're going to set this to, let's put the first. So here we're just going to say file x. Let's import that from Lucy. We have to size 30 pixel. Let's save closer and let's save. So now let's go in here and then bring our image from next image. So the image is going to have a fill and source RC is going to be equal to thumbnail. And we're going to have this to title. And the last one is going to be a class name with widthful, heightful. We're going to come back to that or let's just complete that. We're going to have objects over, and then let me just remove this. And we're going to have objects up rounded so rounded top large. So we've done that. So let's go ahead and add the class for the parent image container. So this is just going to be relative, and then we're going to just have widthful. We're going to also have heightful. We're going to have founded still LG. we're going to have overflow hidden. Yeah, so we've got that. Now let's work on the down part. So I'm just going to quickly close this. Let me close this. So let me open that. And then let me just close this now. So got that. And then let me just, so let's just close this too. And now let's just call this body content. So we're going to have a div. And let's look at our and see that it's coming out very well. So let's do this. So while that is loading, let's go ahead and continue what we're doing. So we need to be sure that everything is working properly. And this is just going to be shrink width full border C with PT to BB. I could set that to 9 pixel. Let me just break this now. And let's call this BX 9 pixel here. So that is it. Let's open the under div. I'm sorry. So inside this div, we're going to just put a class name. And that class name is going to have flex item center. And I'm going to have justify between. So let me just break that and let me just open this. And we're going to have our h5, which has a class name. And the class name is going to be fonts, semi-bold, and then text SM. And we have MB just 2 pixel. Sorry, and we have truncate. Truncate with block and then width of 200 pixel. So now let's set our title here. And let's save that. So let's look at our code so we can see the title here. And this card doesn't have thumbnail, so that is why we set this like this. So let's continue. So let's go back to our code base and let's focus on the title. So let's just add a button here. This button is going to have a class name. And inside the button is going to be let's see we're going to import ls vertical. Sorry. So inside here we're just going to put our size to 20 pixel. And this is just going to have a text muted foreground. Yeah. So now we are done with the top side of the so let's just close this down, and then we are going to have the downside, which is going to just have the date and the status. So inside here, we're going to have a class name, and this class name is going to be Flex Item Center. And we're going to just have text to 12 pixel. So inside the div, or before we go inside the div, we have to set the fonts. I'm going to set that to medium, and I'm going to set text to muted foreground. So inside the div, we're going to have a span, and this span is going to have a class name of Flex Item Center. So let me just open this, and then we're going to have a gap of 2 pixels. So let me just close this. So inside the span tag, we're going to check if status. If status is equals to private, we are going to show a component from, let me just set that for now. So let me just set this a fragment, and just going to say lock, and this lock is going to come from React, and then we're going to give it a size of 12, and now here we're going to just call it private. So here we're going to just check, just put it on now first, and the same thing we're going to say else. Yeah, okay, let's just remove this. So we're going to say else. This is just going to be public. You're going to say globe from React, and let's just get a size. Size is going to be equal to 12 pixel, and there this one is going to have a class of text primary. Yeah, so this is going to set to public. Now we're done with that. So below this, and we're going to just get dot from React. This is going to have size of 15. And this is going to have a span, which we just have class name of text. Item center, finish. So let me just remove this, and let's just update. And if you look at it, we should see the private our dates. I don't know why this is showing. This is not correct. This is showing. Let's look at this. This should be. I think this should be 3. Yeah, 3. So let's save that, and let's show updates. And we should see October 29, 2024. If we create another resume, and let's test that again, and let's come back here, and we should see the 2 of them. So I'm not seeing the border, and we forgot to add the on click. Is going to be. So we forgot to ask. Let me check our database whether we're supposed to add the default theme color here. So we added, I don't know why it's not showing here. Because we set border here, and then on hover, border is primary. Oh, this should be border color. Yeah, so border color. You can see their theme color. So this is the default. If you create a different one again, come back, you should know to do them. So let's go ahead and we're going to work on the top section on the edit page. So once we click on a particular resume, we should be able to move to navigate to the edit page. So let's go ahead and work on that. So now let's work on the edit page. So I'm going to click on this one of the components here, and so inside this clear everything, and now what we're going to do now is we're going to get some dummy data which I've added in the repo. So I'm just going to call that dummy. So inside here we're just going to create the file, because we call that dummy.tx. So if you go to the GitHub and just click on, let's move away from here, go to the all AI resume builder and click on leave folder and click on dummy. If you see this here, just copy everything here. So let's just copy this and paste it inside here. And now, yeah, so we've copied that. So the next thing we are going to do now is in order to access the resume for both the preview and the form components, we are going to use context. So we're going to create our own context of provider which we're going to use across our edit page. So inside the context, we're going to create a file called resume-info-provider.tx. Yeah. So inside here, we are going to mark this as use client. Then inside the GitHub, you can just go down here and let's go to click on view or click on types. So click on resume types. So we are going to just copy these whole types here. Let me just copy that and let's go down to and let's create a folder called types. And inside the types, we're going to just call resume.types. .type.cx, and let's just paste the whole types here. This is just the type for the resume, the ID, documents, thumbnail, and every other types here. So now let's go into our resume provider and let's work on that. So the next we're going to do here is just we're going to call this type resume context type, and this is going to be an object of the resume. I'm going to call it resume info, and resume info is going to be equals to, we're going to now get the resume data type. So I thought we let me see, yeah, this resume data type from where we preset resume type, and this is just going to be Hono. So by default, and then I'm going to set this to so, and the last one we're going to have here is updates, which is going to be void, and we are going to also create the endpoint to fetch single API. So we're going to do that later. So let me just put this here. So let's just remove this for now. We're going to do that later when we call the endpoint to fetch the API to fetch a single. So once we're able to update some of the info. So to do that, we're going to come down here and let's export constant resume info context, which is going to be equal to our create context from React, and this is going to have the type of our resume context. So inside here we're going to just put or undefined. Oh, sorry, this undefined is going to be inside. Yeah. And this is just going to open a brackets and undefined. Yeah. So now let's create our provider. Export constants resume info provider. This is going to be React.fc, which is going to take in children, and those children is going to be a React node. So we're just going to call this our normal function, and let's structure this, and this we're going to get the children, and we're going to get the children, and we're going to just call this. Yeah, so let's just get the children from here, and inside here we're just going to use so we're going to actually get the use param to get the ID. But this is one which we are going to just get use param is equals to use param from navigation, and this is just going to constant documents ID is equals to param dot documents document ID. So now you're just going to use go to use states. Let me change this to doc. So let's just set use states. Remember, let me see. Use state set resume info, and let's just import. Let's just use React here already, and this is the type. Let's see. So now we've gotten this, and now what we are going to do now is to set the we're going to create our on updates. What we did here, so on updates. So on updates is just going to be updates, getting the data and setting the data. And now let's just call use effects. Let's use effect. It's just going to have the object. Inside here, we're just going to set resume. So let's go into our dummy data and let's get this resume data here. Make sure to import that from dummy. And once you've imported that, let's just return resume resume info context dot provider, which you're going to wrap. So which you're going to wrap the children. Oh, sorry. This thing should be a should be a bracket. So now we're just going to pass the value. And this value is just going to be the resume info, and then the updated. And there we're just going to pass in the children. There's an undefined zone, it's not going to. So okay, let me just put that here. It's this saying it's a showing some issue here. Let's see. Resume type undefined is not sent to slash no type undefined is not assignable to this. Let's see. And okay, yeah, sorry, this is undefined, not no. So there is it. So we've said that. So now what we're going to do, so we're going to use this when we want to get the endpoint. So we're going to work on the endpoint so that to fetch the document API. So first of all, let's just go ahead and go to edit. So before we go to edit, we need to create a separate export constant hook, which we're going to just, you're going to call it use resume context, which is just going to be a function. We're going to say constant context, which is going to be easier to use context. Use context, and this is going to have the resume info context. And we're going to check if not context. Let's just return. So return is not going to work, so I'm just going to use true here. So we're going to say use context must be within this, and let's just, and else. So this is if, and inside here, we then set this inside. Let me see. Okay. You can use it through here instead. So now let me just copy this. And let's go over to we're not going to wrap the layout, we're just going to wrap where this document is needed, and where it is needed is inside the edit page. So I'm just going to go inside the home and dashboard documents, document ID. So inside the edit, you to click on page. We're just going to wrap this. So inside here, I'm just going to call a component called edit resume, which we're going to create. So let's just paste this here. Let me remove the strip. Let's just import this. So let me. So let's create the edit components. So inside here, I'm just going to go edit resume .txx RAFCE. Save that. Let's import that. So this. Okay. So now we got our result. Let's hope our yeah. So this is running fine. So the next thing we are going to do now is to set up everything here. Let's just quickly go ahead and just let's just go and work on the endpoint to just retrieve a single ID, and then we'll go ahead and work on this. So the API is just returning. So let's just get so to retrieve single documents, a single document from with Hono, we've talked about it. So I'm just going to do the same thing. Get, and that get is going to have slash documents ID, and document ID is just going to have a sort validator, and this sort validator is going to have, it's going to be param, not, and for the param just for customer, we're going to just open here and just put Z. So let's import from Zod. Think okay, Z is not here, so let's just import Z from Zod inside here. Let me just call it up and let's paste that. Let's take this one top. Yeah, so now we're just going to say set dot object, and this object we're going to open that and we're going to get the document ID, which is going to be equals to set dot string. So let's just pass this. And then our context. Let's just open that. So we've set that. So now the next thing we're going to do is to use query our DB. So here I'm just going to quickly just open the try and cache. And inside the try and cache, we're going to do constant user, which is equals to c dot get user. So let's set that equals to, let's just get the param. which is going to be equals to c dot request of valid and this is just going to be document ID. So initially we're going to say constant user ID is equals to user dot ID. So now let's use the query constant documents data is going to be equal to await db dot query dot the table we're going to query from the first since it's only one we're fetching, and we're going to say where, which is going to have an and we want to filter is equals to document table dot user ID pass user ID. Let's put comma, duplicate this, and this one is going to be document ID is equals to documents ID. So now we are going to tell it we need it to return the relationship. So we'll say personal info to true, experience to true, education to true, skills to true. So now that is how to use the query in Drizzle Orm. So I'm just going to just return data, and I'm going to also return a 500 error if we have any issue here. So we're done with that. So we're going to just come back to this later on when we want to use it. So let's head over to inside our components and inside the dashboard edit. So we are going to have so inside the edit, we're going to have this components at the top, the form and the preview. So we're going to work on the top section. So let's go ahead and work on that. So inside here, we're just going to have a class name, and this class name is going to be relative widthful. Let me remove the and let's add a div with the class name of widthful ms02, and we're going to have maximum width of 7xl. So we're going to have py4 and then px5. So yeah, inside here we're just going to have our top section. So top section, let's just create that from a command. RASCE, and let's import that. So let's import that from common, and below it we're going to have a div, and this div is going to house the form and the preview. So let's just put this to widthful and empty one.
Then below, you're going to just have a div again. Flex will column first. Then on large, you're going to have flex row. So item center. Yeah. Also have item start instead. So that if one goes, the other one stays on top. So you're going to just have give this a widthful and py away with cap 6. So here we're just going to just say form section. Let's just comment that out. And let me just copy down and say preview. So inside here, we're going to create a form section. No, not form section, resume form. And here, let's just go ahead and create that inside our components, not inside the common. TXX and RAFCE import that, and then let's go and make sure to import that. So for the preview, we're just going to just say resume review. And then it's going to be inside here. RAFCE. Let's just import that here. So everything should stop. Yeah, so we have the top section, also inside the top section, we're just going to create the top section. So in the top section, let's go into the top section first. We're simply going to just name this, set this to use client, and here we're just going to get the context. Use resume context, and here we're going to get the resume info. Finish. So I don't think we need it now because we didn't have title in that. Okay, I think we had title. Let's check the type. Let's check the dummy data. Okay, title is there, so that's fine. So now what we are going to do now is to create the fragments here. So inside the fragment, we're going to first of all want to create a status here and say if archive. I'm going to give this a div, and here is going to be alert. Alert cycle is size of 16. And then let me just close that. And there we're going to have this resume is in the trash bin or trash box anyway. So this is just going to have a class name of absolute, and then set9 is 0 h to 6, stops to 0. We're going to have let's create this enter key. PG was 500 X center flex. Or before the flex, we're just going to just say let's put the font flex base and then P to PG white, not PG, X white. Then flex item center gap X to justify center. Font medium. So let's just let's see, why is it showing error? Okay, that's fine. So now let's work on the main UI for so inside here we're going to just have div, and this is just going to hold our class name, and we're going to just have width full, width and flex, item center, and justify between, then border B, BB3 and Z50. Don't think we need to shed here. Maybe move it. So now this is just going to have div class name, and this class name is going to be flex, item center, and wrap 2. So here we're going to have our title, resume, title, so let's just create that inside our command. .txx RSCE. Okay, so let's just import that. Let me import that. So the error should somewhere now. Why is it showing error? Unsupported server component. Where did we set this? Oh, let's check the page. I think we didn't set this page to use clients. That is a problem. Let me see. It's supposed to use clients. Why are we having issue? 500 unsupported server. You forgot to export your component file. Let me see. Okay. It's working on. So let's go ahead and just work on the resume title. Resume title is just going to be simple. So the top section, resume title. So inside the resume title, we're just going to have first of all a div with a class. This is going to have flex item center wrap 1 PR4. So here we're just going to have our flex file, no flex, file x from Lucy React, which is going to get the class name, and this is just going to be a stroke primary, and we're going to just have the size to 20. And let's close this. So now here we're just going to have a div. No, not a div, h5. And this h5 is going to house a class name, which you're going to import cn from the folder, and let's just open this. Let's 20 pixel. Okay, in order for me to put this to a double line, I need to set it to this. Yeah. So we have the text, we have the padding horizontal text with 3 700 and dark text gray 300 fonts bold. Let's just get that font semi bold, and then opacity of 100. So I'm just going to pass some things here later on. Let me just use that here. I'm going to say we've not passed anything yet, so I'm going to pass some things inside here. But we can just get that from, could have passed get it from the use context. So since we already have the use context here in the edit, so we can just pass that later on. So let me just quickly just complete this part. So yeah, you're just going to just simply just set this to contents table, which is going to be true, and then we're going to just say suppress contents editable one into true, and we're going to set the unblur, and then unblur, which is going to be undo blur, which we're going to work on in a minute. So on key down is going to be handle down, handle key down. And spell check false. So yeah, we're just going to get it title. So to get the title, we're just going to go and set we should set the resume. So I'll just come here. Let me just remove this. Inside here, I'm just going to simply set the type interface on it. So let's just set the interface. This is just going to be a resume title box init initial title to string. I'm just going to just get some of this. So the status on them and save, and let's also set the is loading true. So once we connect our API, if the endpoint is loading, it's just going to just get that. So I just set this to fc from React. So inside here, I'm just going to get the initial title. It is loading. Switch to don't save. So now we're just going to set a state which we're going to use to use so this state is just going to let me get the use state is just going to hold the title once it's set, and we're going to show this once use effect that shows when changes made on the initial state initial title. So I think that is it. We've passed the title to set the title here. So now let's work on the handle block. It's going to be simple. So let's just go down here. And constant handle block is equals to open your bracket, and now we're going to set this to E, and this E is going to be React focus HTML heading element. So now let's just get constant new title is equals to E dot inner text. Then let's set the title, the new title, then if on save and type of save is equals to function, then on save the new title. Then the last one is the handle key. Constant handle key I think it's going to get the same thing. This is going to be the keyboard on this one is the focus event, so I'm just going to just put E and let me just say that. So let me just set that back, and then we should open this bracket and let's check if e.key is equals to enter e.prevent default e.current target law. So we'll be able to set that. So the last thing we're going to set here is just a simple showing the status, which is going to be after this. So just simple component. I'll say import that from React. import trash, and import lock. Let me check. So now let's check here. So the top section, we need to pass in some information for this. So I'm just going to just set this to initial. Let's resume info title. So let me just so the next thing we're going to have is the status, which is going to be resume info.status. And the last one is unsafe. Unsafe should be a function here called handle title. This will call our endpoint. So I just want to do console. Then let me just set this loading to first. So if you look at it, you should see the title, which is editable. You should see the icon here, and then we'll be able to fix the title. So what we are going to work on, we're just going to create a component for the other ones that's going to be here from team, preview, download and CSV, and the trash. So we're just going to create a component for there and come back, or you rather leave it there and then let's go ahead and work on the preview. So, but before we go ahead and work on the preview, I'm just going to actually create that component. So let it just exist here first before we know that we can come back to fix that. So let's close this, and here we're going to create the how we're going to create what is going to hold the other side of the section. Let's create a div. So inside the div, we're going to have a class that's going to take in the flex. Class name, takes in flex, item center, and just give it a gap of 2. And inside, we're just going to just put this theme color, which will come back later to work on that. So I'm just going to put a comment here and a comment here. It's going to be preview model, which we're going to do later on. So let's just save that. And the other one is download. Download resume. And the last one is going to be it's to like share resume. So I just comment that for now. And the last one is a more option. More option. So let's save that, and then let's go ahead and work on the preview mode. So to set up the preview mode, we're just going to simply go to the components which we created before for the preview. So here, and now let's come into here and just put in class name. And the class name is going to have, before we put the class name, let's just put in ID. So this ID is what we're going to use to identify the preview mode. ID preview dash ID. You say that. And let's just put the class name too. So let's first of all set this to CN, import that, and let me just open this. So we're going to just put shadow Raj with BQ white. Then we have width full. Flex is going to be, we're going to open the custom flex with 1.02. And there we're going to have a height of full with padding of 10 with dark. So on dark mode we're going to have a border. On dark mode we're going to just use the BG card color. And let's just set we're going to later use font. So let's just set dark here, which is going to be border bottom gray 800. Yeah. So we're going to have under border again, dark border. So this is not going to be right, this is going to be X. And here let's put a comma here. So let's get the context from here. Let's just import the context. Use resume info context. So import that. Let's import that from the right. So let's check top section and okay, use resume context. Not use resume info context. Sorry. Let me just say this here. Okay. So the next thing we're going to do is just to here we're going to just put in the color. Let me just put style here. Border top. Border top is going to be let's open this. It's going to be 13 pixels with solid. And this is going to just be resume info dot. Let's just do that dot theme color. So that is it. You're going to use a default theme color if you don't have. So now below here we're going to just have the personal info. So you're going to have a personal info, the summary, the professional experience, and let's copy this and paste this, and we're going to have the education info, info. Let's also copy this and paste this, and let's have the last one, which is going to be skills. So now let's create a component for personal info. So it's going to be self-closing tag that takes in the resume info. So let's just pass that. And now inside here, let's just go into resume info. So I'm going to also set its loading here for, yeah, this is going to be when we set up our endpoint. So I'm just going to use this loading. I'm going to set it from now to false. So once I set that to false, I'm also going to pass it inside here. So let's go ahead and create the components. So inside here, I'm going to create the components inside the component folder. So now inside the component folder, we're going to create a separate folder we're going to call it preview. And there we're going to just set the personal info.txs RAFCE. Save that, and let's go ahead to the resume preview and import that. So let's go ahead into the personal folder. We're going to take in some props here. So let's write the interface for the preview for the personal info. So inside here, we're going to just put interface. This is going to be props type. The props type is going to be the resume info, which is going to be resume type, data type. Let me just put unknown, undefined, undefined. And then we're going to have the is loading to boolean. Yeah, so let's add the props type to this component. So just going to see from React, and let's pass it here, open it, and let's get resume info is loading. Let's save that, and then inside here we're just going to set let's set our team column. Team column is equals to resume info team color. So this is going to be undefined, so let's just set it like this. Now we're going to have if loading. If is loading, we are going to return a skeleton. So let's just, first of all, we're going to come back to design the skeleton. So first thing we're going to do here is just to set a class name. So width for minimum height to 14. So let's just clear this personal info. Open a separate div and just put class name. No. Let's just change it to H2. Sorry for that. So I'm just going to put class name here. And the class name is going to be font bold, because I'm going to also add text -xl written text center. Let me just break that into a separate line. And yeah, so we are done with that. So I'm just going to put style here, and I'm going to just say color is equal to team color. So let's just set this to empty string for now. So now we're just going to put we're going to set the resume personal info. So inside here is going to say resume info / personal info is going to be the first name, and I'm going to set this to, if there's no first name, just put, well, if first name as a placeholder for it. Then let's set below it, which I'm just going to set space here. I'm going to just put below it here. Let's put resume info personal info dot last name. Let's see why it is showing. Okay, let's set it to use client. Use client. Let's stop the error issue, and we should see it's complain about use client. Let's check. Yeah, we need to add use client in the resume preview. So use clients. Let's save that, and then we should, yeah, so we can see the first name. So we need to add space here, first and last name here. And the personal info, let's just add space this. So yeah, it's done that. It's coming up with. So the next one, you're just going to set h5. So h5 is just going to simply have a class name of text center. Sorry. Then we're going to have text small with font medium. So let me just open here, and here we're going to just say resume info, the personal info. This is going to be our job title. And our job title is just going to be a placeholder of job title. Let's save that. Then we're going to have a p tag, which is going to take in the let's take a text center with fonts normal. And let me just open a space here. This is just going to take in the text of 13 pixels. So let's just open this and just resume info dot personal info dot address. So this is just going to be simply the house address of the user. So we are done with that. So let's add a div. So this div is going to have a class name of just a flex justify between. And we're going to make sure, let's say it's to text align center, item center. And that is it. So you're going to put a p tag, p adding to the top, and let's enter. So inside here, we're going to say h5. So h5 is going to also have a class name of font normal with text 18 pixel. So inside here, we're just going to say resume personal info dot phone, which is going to just have a placeholder of phone number. While the last one is going to be h5. This is going to be a class name of fonts normal with some text of 13 pixels the same way. This is going to hold our email. Personal info dot user email is going to have a personal email address. And the last thing we are going to do below this div is to put a line divider. So I'm going to call HR is self close tag with class name, and the class name is going to have border with 1.5 pixel and my to 2, and this will have a style and then border color same color. So let's look at what we've done in the personal info. We can see that everything is coming out properly. So let's go ahead and work on the next one, which is going to be the summary. So inside the preview, we're just going to have so let's have summary preview here. So I'm just going to set so inside here, I just have the summary. All right. Yeah. So it's going to just take in this, save close. And I'm going to just call it summary preview. So let's just create a component inside our preview folder. Paste that cxx, close that, REFCE. This is going to be very simple and brief. And then we're just going to go into the personal info, and let's just copy this. Let's just copy this inside the summary preview. Paste that. Go into here and then let's just copy this. Let's paste this here. Yeah. So make sure to import this from React and this from the type folder. So let's import the summary preview from preview folder here. So the issue should stop. Now we should go ahead and up our preview. So this is just going to be very simple. So class name is going to be beautiful, minimum height with 10, and so we're going to have. So let's also set, let's say it's loading. This is going to just be skeleton. So we need to also work on the personal info skeleton, which we're going to go and do now when we are done with this. So let's just set the skeleton from the UI components, and let's just put this to class name of height 6 and width full. And let's just set here, it's just going to be a p tag with a class name of text 13 pixel and line height to 4. And inside here we're just going to set the resume summary. You can just put the simple text and say enter a brief description of your profession. Okay. So now this is okay. Now let's go into the personal info and let's quickly work on the skeleton. So I'm just going to do that below here. So let's just say constant skeleton loader. This is just going to be a simple return. And we're going to just have a div. It's just going to take the same format with what we already have the top here. So just say width full, minimum height h14. We're just going to have a skeleton. So from the UI component, just import that, and this is just going to take a class name of h6 with 50% with a maximum x auto, and we're just going to have mb2. And let's close the tag. Let's just copy and paste it again. This is just going to have 1/4. Let's paste it again, and this is just going to have 1/3. And now let's just create a div similar to the one we had. Flux at center, or let's just say justify between and pt3. Yeah, inside here we're going to paste the skeleton, and the skeleton is going to have 1.4. You're just going to remove this part. So just copy this, and here is going to just be 3. So we're going to copy this inside here, and let's just paste this, and this is just going to be 1.5, and this is going to have the width of full and my2. So let's just get this come to the top and let's just set it there. So everything's okay. So if you want to see the loading, just set here to true. Save this, and we should see the loading showing properly. And so loading. So let's go ahead and change this to false. So we are done with the summary now. So let's go ahead and work on the next one, which is let's go into the preview and scroll down to see experience. So we're just going to have our experience preview here. So I'm just going to say experience preview, which is just going to take in the it's loading. So be it's loading, and then it's going to take the resume info, which is going to take in the resume info. So let's save that. Let's get the experience preview. And inside here, let's just create the file. Is that cxx. And now let's write our rfce post and then let's import it from. So now we are done with that. So now let's go into the summary, copy this, go into experience, and let's paste this here. Let's go here and copy this too. Go into here and let's just set this like this and import this from React. Import this from our type folder. So now resume preview is showing. So we're just going to have the same thing. So let's go into personal info and let's just copy this. So this we're just going to set this to empty. It's because this is different from the personal. So we're going to create the one for experience. So what we're going to do here is just to add a class name of widthful my5, then open bracket, then let's put h5. The same thing. So we're going to have class name with text center font bold, and then text small mb. So here we're just going to have before we do that, let's just put our style, which is going to just have the color of the theme color. And here we're just going to have professional experience. Let's remove the brackets. Yeah, so down here we're just going to get let's say personal info, and let's just get the just paste it inside. Now we should see the personal info explained properly. So let's check the size. This size is 14. You can change it to 15 if you want. Or here is we didn't specify size here. So let me just let's remove this one too and let's see it. Yeah, this is okay. So it's an heading. So let's go ahead and then work on the next one. So we are done with the h5 and let's put a div. So let's add a div here. Div class name, and inside here we're going to have flex column with a gap of 2, minimum height of 9. And let's just put space here. And now we're going to true. Since we have multiple experience, we're going to choose true, and then we're going to get the experience list, and this is just going to be a map of our experience. And then let's just set this to this here. So here we're going to add in our index here, and let's just say div. This is just going to hold the index, the key. So I'm just put key here and index. Save that. So inside here, you're just going to have our h5. H5 is going to have a class name of text. The front side of let's make this 14 or 15. Let's make this 15 pixel. And let's say fonts. And this h5 is just going to have the experience title dot title. And let's just copy this one at the top here. And let's add it to our experience title. And you should see experience should show here. Why is it not showing? Okay. Color is team color. We have experience here. Let me check color. Let's go into the resume for, let me see. We're supposed to have, let's go into this. Resume data. We have experience. The experience preview. Okay, it's saying experience here. So let's go and change that to experience. Inside the domain, let's just set experience here. Cancel this and it should show. Yeah. So I'm going to also add in the inside the utility. I'm going to add in or inside the helper. I'm going to add in a theme color. So this is just going to be the default theme color here. You can just have that here. So I'm just going to add that inside the helper folder, and then just what this is. So this is just going to be the theme color. We're going to have that inside our resume review. No, let's switch here. It's going to be here. Initial theme color. Import that, and then let's also import that for the experience too. Let's import that too. So let's head back to the experience preview and let's add other options. So let's go here and inside the after the h5, I just add a div, and this div, let's make sure it closes. Last name of next item starts, and then justify between its MB2. So let me just break that. So inside variables we have h5, last name with text, 13 pixel. So here we're just going to have in the experience dot company name. So we're going to use the experience dot company name. We're going to check if we have company name and experience dot city. Then let's just add in our comma. So we're just going to use copy, paste this. Let's just remove this. I just put city. I remove this too. So we're just going to have that for state. So let's go state. And let's just copy this and paste it here. So this is just going to be city and state. So, and let me add space here. Yeah. So you should see Microsoft experience CACA. So that is correct. Then let's just add in our span here. Our span is just going to take the same text 13 pixel. And then inside we're just going to have our experience of start date, and then start date, we're going to just copy that and say if there is start date, we're just going to set space. Now we're just going to copy this and say if currently working, we're going to set this to present, and then else you can say is experience dot date. So if you see present, and if you see, so I need to add space here too. So yeah, well, you can see that it's working present and everything is working fine now. So we are going to go below this in div. Yeah. So let's just add this. Let me see. So I think it's here. Yeah. So I just add div. So this is just going to be a self-closing tag with the style of font size 13 pixel. And we're going to have a class name of experience review with leading to 14.6 pixel. You're going to also have text black, text black. Set it as it's not important. You're going to also have on dark mode text white. So this is going to use to render the HTML format of using our editor we're going to use. So since we're going to use an editor, we're going to use dangerously set inner. So this is not advisable to use. You can try to set for more format because dangerous set is open to attack. So since we are saving HTML well HTML content. So let's just put to work on and let's just say this to empty string. Sorry, empty string. So let's see if it shows. So it shows properly. So as I said, generally sets in HTML is prone to attack. So I advise to use that. So I'm going to use that for this tutorial. So it will be better to not to use this. You find alternative to display your HTML content. Yeah, so that is that. So the last thing we're going to do is we are going to, so we're done with that. So let's go ahead and work on the skeleton. So To work on this currently, I'm going to just create a file for that. It's going to components. So the remaining traits, experience, education, and skills have the same format. So let's just go into components, and inside here, let's just create a folder, skeleton loader, and then inside the folder, we are just going to create an index.txt and index.txt. So inside here, we're just going to RAFCE. Let's call it skeleton loader. Let's just open this and let's just do exactly the same thing. Let's just have flex, quickly reflex column, VAP2, and then PT3. So here we're just going to have our skeleton first from UI skeleton. I'm going to have our class name. Let's close out H6 and then 1/2 that is 50% with MX auto and MB2. So now what we are going to do here now is to the structure, since this is going to be this, we will say array of 3 dot map, which is going to take an index, and then we're going to just open that. Let's put a div with key index. Now just close this properly. So this is going to take a class of p2. Let's just take its currency. Let's just copy this as a one here. This is here. And we're going to change this one, the height to 5 and the 3, 1/3. And then this is just going to have MB1. And we're not going to set it to auto here. So here it's just going to have a div with a class, reflex item, start, and it's just going to be justified between. Let's copy this currency here and let's paste it here. And then let's change this to 4. It's going to be 1/2. And let's just remove this. Let's just duplicate that. And we're going to just, it's just going to be something. So let's just remove this and let me just paste this. Let's just copy that. And then below here, just going to have that here. And let's change it to H3 with full and empty1. So we are done with this. So let's just import that into the experience preview. Let's just set this here. And then let's import that from. And now let's go ahead to resume preview. Let's set this to true. We're going to have it so. Then let's work on the next one, which is the educational info. So educational info preview is going to be similar to what we have with experience. So let's just copy the experience, paste that here. Let's just copy it. Let's change this to education. So let's just copy that. And inside the education, we're going to just create our components inside the preview. Paste that here, XX. We have our AFCE. Let's go ahead and import that. So import is application before. So inside the experience, we're going to copy a lot of things from here. So I'm just going to just import everything, copy everything here. Going to education preview, paste this, and then let's just get this from here. And then let's just paste this here. So oh sorry guys. This yeah, so we fix it. So let's go again and just get the entity loader and the theme color. Let's just paste this inside here. And let's just okay, it's already imported. So I'm just going to move this up here. Yeah, so education is more like it. So we're just going to go again. Let's just copy this yeah. So let me just copy from here to here. So just copy from it and let's just paste it inside here. And this is closed. So let's just close the final div and everything set. So let's just change this to education. Change it to education and the line. So we should see education here now showing properly. So let's continue. We're going to also look through education. So let's just go in. So yeah, set this to resume info education. Yeah. So let's just map. I'm going to say education. This is going to be an index and div. Yeah. So let's just set this to key. To index. So inside here, just going to have the same thing, h5, class name, text, let's put text small and font bold. So let's just put the style, copy the style and then paste that here. And inside here, we're just going to have education type, education, university name. Then we should see that scroll down and it's not showing. So let's check the dummy data again. So this is experience. So yeah, we didn't put so this is educations. Yeah, and skills. So inside the skills, let's just comment this and let's just change this to 5, 3, 4, 5. So yeah, so let's change it to that. And let's go away from this and let's go back to education university name showing there properly. And now let's see. Yeah, all right. So let's go inside here and let's just add a div. Let's set a div. So class name, and the class name is going to be flex item center. Now item start and justify between. So let's just set div. It's going to have h5 with a class name of text. It will also have 13 pixel. And here we're going to just say education degree. Copy that, paste that. You can say and education major which is going to have if this is going to set in with a space. So yeah, it's going to copy this here, let's paste this here, let's change this to major. Yeah, so that's it. So yeah, it's going to have a span with a text of 13 pixel. The span is just going to have the dates. So I'm going to say education dot start date, copy that, paste that. I'm going to say if there's start date, it is going to open this and put space here. And now let's just copy this one and paste it here and just put end date. So let's check it. So let's add in space here. And then yeah, let's put space here. So and the last one we're going to have here is just the description. This is just going to take in the setting, yeah, height and text. And now it's going to have my my2 top and bottom margin and then education description. So now you see we have the education description showing properly. So we are done with that. Let's go ahead and then work on the skills. So inside there, let's go into the resume. Let's just copy this one, paste it here, and then let's just change it to skills. Skills preview or skill preview. Now I want. So let's just copy it. Let's go back and let's just create it here. SCE, and let's go back and import that. So just close that. Remove this one, and now let's go into education and as usual copy it because they are the same thing. So and then we're just going to get this inside here. Just copy it like this, paste it. Yeah, you just make this one. Just paste that. And the last thing we're going to copy is just the top here. I'll just copy here. Sorry, let's just open this. Paste it here. So let's copy, let's change this to skills. And now we are done with that. So let's do div. It's going to have a grid columns too. And we're going to have PT3 R1 minimum height 9. So inside here we're going to also let's choose. It's going to just be map. Let's just put script here. Index. As usual, just put a div. Let's close. Let's close it here and let's just put our key to be index. And now we're going to put a class name of flex item center and then justify between So let me just break this here, and then let me just put space here, and let's just have our usual h5 class name x 13 pixel, and then I'm going to put skills dot name. So yeah, we're going to also have rating. So inside we're going to just also create skills dot rating and skills dot name. I'm going to set that. Let's set this to null. And so you're just going to feed div. This will be the background of the Postgres class name. We're going to set this to h2 bg gray 200 with width of 120 pixel. So this is the background. So now we're just going to have a div, which is a self-closing div, class name, height of 2, and we're going to just have a style here. Sorry, style, and style is going to have a background color of theme color with width, which is going to be skills dot rating. We're going to use times 20 plus %. And now you should see, so let's just add in some spacing here. So I should add in some spacing. Yeah, let's add our gap here, gap to 3. So we are complete the preview mode. So let's go into preview and check our skeleton loader, and let's just quickly set that to true and see everything showing properly. So let's just set that false, and that's it. So let's go ahead and so we're going to start to work on the form, personal info form. Let's go ahead and work on it. So let's work on the personal info. So before we work on that, let's go to where we have the resume form. Let me close the preview, and let's work on this page first. So in this page, I'm going to convert this to use clients, because I'm going to get the let's say use clients. So inside here, we're going to just get the from the context. We're just going to retrieve this to use resume from our provider, and let's just get the resume info. Yeah. So I want to set the active state of the index. So we're going to have next and previous. Yeah, let's put form index set active form index. We're going to set that to use state. I'm going to just import that, and I say by default we have 1. And here I'm just going to say constants handle next. Which is going to be as a constant new next, new index. I mean, it's going to be active index plus 1. And we're going to set that to active index, new index. So that's that. Let's just get this. So the next thing we are going to do is we're going to just create a class name with a flex. Let's say flex. So it's going to be flex1, waitful, large, sticky, and large top 16. Yeah, so let's also add a different div here. We're going to have a class name of shadow. Going to be shadow medium, rounded, medium, PG white. Let's just open that, and then we're going to have our border here. Border is going to be T primary. I just set that to fancy, and then we're going to have border C is going to be 4. There is top 4, and they're going to use the dark mode, AG card, the same thing with that, dark border, and then dark. Then we remove this, and we're going to have dark here, border gray 800. So we have the border top T4, border card, dark border gray 800. So great. So let's move on to the inner div that we hold the, just put this inside here. Let me just open this, and there's a flex item center. Gap is 1. And we're going to have here gap here, and then px, that's padding left and right, justify end, and we're going to just say border b with padding top and bottom. We're going to set that to 7 pixel. I'm going to set the height, minimum height of this, minimum height to 10. So you're going to check, you're going to check if active index is greater than 1. You're going to just show the previous, so let's show button, report down from UI button. Oh, sorry. Let's just open this. Let's say it's the previous, and at the top of this previous, we're going to just put arrow left from Lucy React. Set that to size to 16 pixel. Save that. We're going to just have variants, outline, size, default, class name, that's my x2, not p, y1, dot h, photo. Yeah, so just say that. And then we're going to just say disabled. I think, okay, I say disabled. Sorry, there's nothing the same, but let's just put on click. And let's just do set active from index to active index -1. So let's check. It's not showing. Let's reload this. Okay. So now we're just going to, let's just copy the same thing here. Let's it here. Let's remove this, and let's change it to next. Alright, this is going to be right. Bring it down. And here we're going to just set this to handle next. So that is that. And then we're going to just set this to disabled. If active index is equals to 5, or resume status, resume info status is equals to archive. I'm going to set out to true or false. So basically, we check if it has reached the ending. There's no point of getting. And also, we want to disable everything if the status is archived. Then we should see the next button showing here. So below the button, we're just going to have a div where we're going to create the main. So this is just going to have a class name of ex5 and py3 with pb5. So here we're just going to have our personal info form. This is info. So let's just create that. So let's say check if active index is equals to 1. Then let's show the personal info. So personal info info form. This is going to take in the handle next. It is going to be the handle next. Let's see that. So let's go ahead and create the component for that. So let's go inside here, inside the components. Let's create another folder. We're going to call it forms. Let me just change it to forms. Let's just set this to personal forms xx race. Save that. Let's open up. Let's import that from personal info form, and then let's just go inside here. There's personal info form, and let's just write our interface. Let me just use props undo next. So let's just console. So constant. Yes. So let's go ahead and so the form is going to comprise of the user information. So I'm just going to create an initial state here, which an initial object here. I'm going to call it initial state, which is going to take first name, empty string, last name, empty string, job title, empty string, address, empty string, phone, empty string, email, empty string. So you're just going to let's get the resume info. Retrieve that from here. Okay, let's just get that from here. Let's copy that here. Let's import this. Save that, and then let's push this here. It's not defined. So let me save this. So it's just okay. Personal info is showing properly. So now the next thing we're going to do, we're just going to do constants. Go to the constants, personal info. It's going to be set. We're going to set the personal info. Info.useState. That's useState. And this is going to be our initial state. So inside here, we're just going to set our type to personal info type. Yeah. So here we're just going to use the fetch, which is going to set you're going to get from the, let's get that. Let's just set this to empty. It's going to be resume info, your personal info. So inside here, we're just going to say if not resume info, we're going to return. But if resume info dot personal info, resume info dot personal info, we're just going to say set personal info. We're just going to get resume info dot personal info, and we're just going to set this to our initial. So this is just going to mount. There's the structure this was want to do. Yeah, so let's go ahead and just work on the so also we are going to also get the is loading too from let's also set this loading from here. Let me just put the is loading inside here, temporal is loading, which is going to load constant is loading. It's going to be equal to false. And let's just set if loading, we just return empty, which we're going to come back. So let's just go ahead and work on this. So inside here, I'm just going to create a div, the class name of which full. And I'm going to put h2. It's going to be a class of font bold and text light. Here we're going to just say personal information. Yeah. So we're going to have a p tag paragraph that's going to have a class name of text small. I'm going to say get started. With the personal information. There's our personal information. So beside this, we should see it's showing properly here. So now let's go ahead and work on the form. We're going to say div. Let's create a different div again. load this, just a div. This div is going to hold our form, and our form is going to have a div, and this div is just going to have a class of grid, and this grid is going to have grid again, columns of 2 with a empty5 margin of 5 with gap 3. So let me just break this here. Let's just open this. Let's just set our div here. Let's set our label. No, import label from use UI label. And let's just set class name to text as small. And let's just call this first name. So inside here, we're just going to create our inputs from UI input, UI component inputs. Let me just name this. It's going to be first name, required, autocomplete, just set it to off. Or let's just leave this one. We can say placeholder, it's going to be empty. Say value, it's going to be personal info dot first name, it's going to be empty string. So we should say our first name string here. And then let's put space between this head and title. So let's just put let me just put MB1. Let's just test this to MB2. Let me just reload this. Yeah, so that's our so that's our first. We're going to copy that, and let's just paste that below here too. For this last name, this is going to be last name. Let's save that. Yeah. So now let's also copy that again, paste that, and this is going to be our job title. Just this. It's going to be job title. Job title. Job title. Let's copy it again, and we are going to have our address here. So this is going to be address. So for address, we're just going to have a class name of full span 2. And let me just put address here. Address here. So let's copy this too. Let's set as a phone number. Let's change this to phone number. Let's say it's a phone. So before we go on, let's not put the handle change here. So let me see. We need to put it on change here. So before we do that, let's just go up here to the top, and let's just create handle change Any change is just going to be equals to use callback so let's just get the dot e, which is going to be target name string and then value string. And let's just open this and let's get the name dot value dot e dot targets. So we're going to come back for let's just set this before we go on change, undo change, copy it, paste it here, copy it, paste it here, copy it, and let's just paste it everywhere. So that's it. So the last one we're going to do is the email. So let's just click the email. Let's put this to email. This is the last one. Email. And this can be email. This can be email. And then now, so the job title, the job title too, we're just going to set that to span. So it takes up the full width. Yeah. So now we have the first name, last name, job title, phone number, and the email of the user. So we've now worked on the until complete. We're going to do that now. Since there's no click there, it's not changing. So let's just put the button down here. So the form, just put the button from UI, from component to UI. Make sure you check that. MC4, type submit. And I'm going to say disabled. Disable this resume info dot status is equals to archive. Let's set this true or false. So we're going to also put loading here once we call the endpoints. So inside here is going to set let's set loader here. I'm just going to say it's loading. Now let's just remove that for now. Let's just see save changes. So now let's go ahead and complete the handle change before we work on the handle submit. So the handle change, we're just going to say set personal info. Let's just structure this personal info. I just get a name, and the name is just going to be value. Find the name and the name. So we're going to also do that for. So I want to also update this too. Resume. If not resume, info return, and on updates, which we're going to get from our resume here on updates. Let's just get that on updates. It's just going to be simple. It's just going to say resume info, more personal info, then resume info, the personal. You're just going to set a name, so value. And I just set this to inside here with an update. So if you make changes, this is Sarah. So if I make changes to Emmanuel, it shows. If I make changes to Kenneth, Ken, it shows. So likewise, if I change this to Next.js engineer, you can see if I change this to 2112, you can also change this to Emmanuel. Yeah, so you can see that it's working fine here. So you just remain the save changes, nothing happens. You just reload and refresh everything back. So we are done with that. So let's go ahead and work on that. So before we go and work on the handle, I want to create the component for this personal info loader. So I'm just going to, it's just only one personal info loader we're just going to do. So I'm just going to go to, let's go to our GitHub, and then let's go to this AI resume builder. So I just want to get the loader there. I don't want to write that, it's going to be long. So let's just wait for it to open the components. So it's going to open the component for us. And inside the components, you're just going to create a folder for here. Inside the kinetic folder, then yeah, let's just copy this. I'm just going to create this file here. Personal info loader. I'll see X. So let's just click on to open it. And once you click open, you just copy this here. And then you just paste it inside. So now let's go back to our projects, then inside app, home, components, and then forms. You just have this. So I'll just set that here, and let's just import that. So if you want to see how it looks like, if you set it to true and save, you should see the. So let's set it to false back, and let's close this and work on the handle submit. So handle submit. Let's just so handle submit will be set to our form. Submit. Yeah. So inside the handle submit, we're just going to call, let's say e dot prevent. So let's just set that inside. So say prevent efforts. So that's it. And let's check. So let me use this cover here. Let me check if resume info, if not return. I don't think we need this. Okay, let me just summarize this. Don't need this one here. So what we're going to do is just to get the thumbnail first. And thumbnail is going to be await get thumbnail generates thumbnail. Oh, we've not worked on the generate thumbnail. So let's work on that soon. So let me just console it. Let me just comment that out. And let's just quickly work on the twist. So I'm just going to also set the position. Current number is equals to resume info dot current position, which is going to be, I want to say if it exists, you're going to say current position plus one, else it's going to be just one. So we got the current number and we're going to work on the endpoint. So let's go ahead and work on the generating the thumbnail, which we're going to send to the API. Then we can go ahead and work on the API. So to work on the generation thumbnail, we're going to go into helper folder. Let's go to inside our leave folder, and inside here we should go inside here. Let's just close this, and at the top let's just say below, let's do that below. Let's just say export constant generate thumbnail, which is going to be an async. It's going to just get this like this, and we're going to say constant resume elements, which is going to be document dot get elements by ID, and this is just going to be if we go into our resume preview, we should see the ID here. Let's just copy the ID from here, close this, come here, and let's paste it here. And once you paste it, you can just set this as HTML CML elements. So we check if not resume elements. I'm just going to console that. Console error or say resume preview not found, element not found. Then let's just return. Then let's just try and catch. So try and catch is going to be constant for canvas await the HTML to canvas. We've not installed this, so let's go over to our GitHub, and inside let's go to where we have that version and let's install this. So I'm just going to version. So let's wait for it to open, and let's just click on version.md, and let's just find for H2, and there are two other package we need to install. So these two, we need to install these two. So let's just copy this, come there, let's stop our terminal, paste this, then let's put space, just come here, copy this like this, and let's just paste it here, it, and install this, two of them. So let's wait for both of them to install to our application. So it has installed completely. So let's just run our server. Let me just close this. And now we can just get this from the API. No, I said from the API, sorry, from the package. So let's just import it. So it's missing. Let's manually import that. HTML to canvas. Let's do that form. Yeah. So we've gotten that. So now let's set this to resume elements. And inside here, we're just going to put a scale of 0.5, and we're going to just say constant thumbnail image is going to be equals to canvas dot to data URL. We set that to image.png, then return thumbnail image. If for any reason you just say console the error, and there's a thumbnail generation. Thumbnail generation. Just error. So we've done that. Let's go ahead and then go to our personal form, and let's just import that. So I'm just going to import that, and let me set this to async here. And let me just import this from the folder. And now let's go ahead and work on the API to update the form. So to work on the API, you have to go back. Let me just clear everything here. For the host geo tab, and let's go into our API. Click on virtual routes and documents. And inside here, we're going to just simply create. Let's just put this. And after post, let's just do patch here. So I'm going to use this single endpoint for most of the whole updates on the platform. So we're going to just this endpoint is going to work for all updates on the whole app. So let me just let's set our endpoints value. So yeah, inside here we're just going to set this to updates. Just set slash here. And this is going to take document ID. And this is going to be a Z validator middleware, which is going to take the param. This param is going to just take a let's just open the object. No, let's just set dot objects, and this is just going to just take documents ID, which will be z dot string. I just set it like this. So we've done for the third validation, and now we're just going to add another zero validation for the JSON. So I'm just going to put comma here, and I'm going to put third validator here, and then we're going to say JSON, and this is going to be, I'm going to call this updates combine schema. So to do this, we're going to go into our DB schema. So let's go into DB, click on schema, open documents, and then below here, we're just going to create the update on similar to what we have for create. So exports constant is, and let's just do so since we've already set create table, and this has some of the info, we're just going to use this inside. So this is just a simple Zod object we're going to use here. And this sort object is just going to have the title, which will be passed to, so I'm just going to have create document table schema dot, this is going to be shape dot title, and this is going to be optional. So everything is going to be optional because it's not a must to pass everything. So I'm just going to say this because this output the status. So I'm just going to just copy this, paste it here, and let's just have the shape status, which is going to be optional. And we're going to have the thumbnail, the same thing with it. Let's just copy and paste and just say thumbnail. So you can update the thumbnail from here. And if you didn't pass thumbnail, it's optional. Then we have the summary. Let me just get the summary here. Focus, let me just console and copy and paste that. Change summary here. Let's copy summary here, paste that here. And then we have theme color. You can change the theme color here. You can also change the current position here. And now we are done with that. So the next thing we're going to do now is to get personal info. The personal info is a little bit different. It's going to be set to personal info schema. So personal info table schema. So if you open personal info table schema, remember we did this here. So we are using it inside the documents here. You're going to do that for both experience and education. For education, we're going to say z.array. So this is going to be a list. So inside is we're going to have education table schema, and then this is going to be optional. Why this is going to be optional? Yeah. So let's just copy this for experience. And this is going to be experience table schema. Make sure this is correct. So I have the pick and everything here. So optional. The last one is going to be skills. And skills is going to be schema. So let's confirm that is we can pass the name for the schema. We pass the name and the string in the rating for schema. For skills, for experience, you pass that, and it's optional. But when you pass it, you must pass everything complete, pass education and everything. So we are done with that. Now let's just copy this and let's go into here. Let's just update that here. So we've done for we've updated the JSON. So now let's just get the get hot user middleware, and let's just put comma here and just paste this. Put comma here and just async context. So let's just save that. So now we're going to do a lot of work here. Let's say try catch, because we want to constant user is equals to c dot get. Let's get the user first. And when we get a user, we can get a param now. You see, this is going to be equals to c dot request the valid, which is going to be param. And here, just say documents ID. And now you cannot get the JSON. So inside the JSON, you just say this is going to be equals to c dot request dot valid again to get the JSON. So inside here, we get everything we need. Set title, status, summary, thumbnail, theme color, current position, personal info, experience, education, last one skills. So this is everything we are passing into here. So we're going to just quickly check and see user ID, which is going to be equals to user.id. So we've gotten that. So now we're going to check if not document.id. So just done JSON. This is just going to set error. I use message if you want. Current ID required. My ID is required. And I just set that to 400. So, but if this is required, so we're going to update different tables here. So what we're going to use what we call transaction. So I'll use our way to group them into one. So I'm just going to say transaction. So instead of calling them separately, I can call them inside here and call them inside the transaction. And let's put async here. And async is going to just take, this is a transaction. And now we're going to open this. So now we want to update. So I'm going to just say for the main document table, I'm just going to say resume update. So this is just going to be here, and you can say as updates document. Let's go inside here, and I need to set let's set something here, schema for updates. I'm just going to say the same thing we have here. We just say here and just set that to update combine schema. So let's just get here, copy that, come here, and let's paste that here. Let's make sure to import that from documents, and then once you've imported that, now we need to check if there's title. If title, we just set it to resume update the title. Yeah. So do that for others. If thumbnail, if thumbnail, resume the thumbnail, we set that to thumbnail. Yeah. So you can do that for summary. Yeah. Summary. You can do that for theme color. So we have the status on. So for status, we're going to say resume update dot status, which is going to just be equals to status. Oh shit. And then if current position, you can just say resume update the current position is equals to current position, or one. So now we are done with this. So now what we're going to do now is to save this to let's update this. So we're going to go documents, data, which is equals to await transaction dot update. So update is going to take in a document. What do we want to? We want to update the document table here, and so to update the document table, just set. What do we want to set? We want to set the resume updates. So the string area where dot where and check that so equals to document table document ID which we got from the comma. Let's just copy this and paste this back. I also say document or user ID and now below this we just say returning which you're going to return. So this is having issue here. It's saying current position are incompatible archive. So we're having some error here. Of type documents IDs. So let's look why this is giving issue here. We're having title, thumbnail, summary, theme color, face, and this. Let me check this. Yes, everything here is okay. So it's comparing our type of property and incompatible. Type of is undefined. So let's see. So this one is oh, this is undefined. It's not, let me see. Undefined. Current position. No, why is current position? Let's check this. Current position is wrong. Current position. Oh, wow. That's it. I made a mistake here. Summary. Same color. Made a big mistake here. Okay, that's. And now the error has gone. So I think that was the issue there. Oh, so Zod really helped us in this issue. So we just check if not documents data let's just return JSON error document fail to update documents. So let's say 400. So we're done with that. So now let's work on the personal info. So if we will check if personal info, since personal info can be null, we will also check if personal info, the first name, you can check for others too, but I'll check for personal info and personal info. Your last name, or just say um you can remove this if you want, so I'm just putting it here. It's just mainly to just check most of the personal info if they exist. Just like what we did here, we could even do like this, but let's just do it like for now. And then let's just check. Need to check by default the personal info is null once you create a new resume. So now to update, we need to check if either we update or we create the resume. We create the new personal info, because personal info is a one-to-one relationship with documents, and it's probably not existing. Most of the one we have is not existing in the database. If you look at DB, we should see that personal info is still empty. So we can't update the table which does not have the document ID existing. So we need to first of all check if it exists. Await transaction. So this is just going to say select from personal info table, which is going to say where this is going to be where equal personal info doc ID sorry, personal info table dot doc ID if is equals to documents data dot ID, sorry, ID. So once we got the documents ID, we try to update, and if we update this, we get the response. So you can easily fetch it first here to check if this documents ID already is available in the database. If not, then we can uh, get the ID from there, update this. So there is a different approach here, because if any of this is not updated, this is going to be empty. So we need to also even run this if um is not supposed to check. We need to also check if this is empty. If this is not empty, then there's no point updating this. Yeah. So just going to go ahead and just complete. So I noticed some changes here, some issue here. So we make, yeah. So I need to correct this. We need to check this. So we don't need this here. And I also want to only update the documents data if this exists. So I'm going to just to check that. Let's do that. So I'm going to say if objects or key. So I want to check only if this has data. That's when we can the length is greater than 0. So that's when we can update this. So I think I'm going to say, so let's move this inside here. So now to get the ID which we're going to do, is going to be trained, we are going to also call an endpoint here, which is going to check if the ID, the document's ID exists in the database. So I'm just going to say existing documents. This is going to be equals to await transaction dot select. So I'm going to select this, and let's just say dot from document table let's see the document table is correct. So let me just add this. So we're going to just do the same thing where this and this exists. Let me just see where this and this exists. So we're going to check now. We're going to say if not existing document. I think this is the right way to do it. Then you just return. So there's no further. We can't continue the updates. So we're going to say documents. Just return. We say document not found. And we're going to say for yeah. So this is going to be the best way for us to. Right. So let's just remove this. Yeah. So we don't need this, and we can get the ID from here. And we can also change this to ID if we want. Yeah. Let's just leave it like this. And this we can just use this here. Now this is a string. This is a string. Why? I think this is the ID. So now we should continue from where we stop. We should continue from here. So we've been able to check if this as this document ID is existing in the personal info table. If it's existing, let's just say we need the we can limit it to 1, or we can fetch the first one. So let me just check this some comment. So I just said limit to 1. Yeah, so you can limit it to, yeah. So once we limit it to 1, the next thing we're going to do now is to check if this item so I'm just going to go below here, and I'm going to say if not is dot length. So you know that this return a list. You can see it is in form of list. So that's why I'm using the length. So if there's no data inside the list, there's no point for me to update. So I'm just going to add the values, the personal info into a new record. So I'm just going to change. So let's do await. Okay, then let's set this dot update. We're going to update the personal table. So personal info table. Let me just drag this down here, and oh sorry. If this is greater than 0. So if it's greater than 0, we are going to update, but else you should not if you insert. So that's my mistake there. Then I'm going to just say set. So we're going to set the value of personal info here. So let's set this. This is not showing error. So this has the first name, last name, job title, and everything here. Then we're going to say where. So this is it here. Where this matches. Let me see. Yeah. So where this document table doc ID matches the existing document, so it's going to update. But if it does not exist in the DB, we are going to say await transaction. We're going to try and insert it the personal info database table, and then we're going to say values. We're going to say doc ID. It's going to be the existing document.id. Then we're going to just the structure personal info. So this is how it's going to be. So we'll be able to set the personal info there. So we're going to also work on the remaining parts of the API, which is to check for experience. So first, we're done with personal info. So let's just close this down. So let's just check it properly. And let's close this down. So now let's go down here and say if experience. Let's check that. Let's say constant existing documents, existing experience is equals to await transaction dot select. We select from there, and also from the experience table. Let's just import this from there. So here we're going to just check. It's almost the same thing with this. Let me just go down here and let me just get this. So it's just going to be like this. So instead of you're going to use experience table dot doc ID to existing ID documents dot ID. So now we are going to just check. So below here, since the experience is a list, we are going to do a constant to check existing. So I want to use the company name so that it does not names is equals to new set. I'm going to say existing experience dot map so it does not add multiple times. Experience dot company name. Oh, sorry, experience dot company name. So now we just say so we're just going to do a for loop and then we're going to just call it. So let's just do like this. Let's say for loop constant experience of experience. So I'm going to say if not sp dot company name and as for your title, you can use the title. Let's say continue. So we're going to continue if this does not exist. But if existing company names, so this is what we're going to use and check has dot company name. Let's say string. Yeah, so this is how we're going to do that. Okay, so let's also check if this array if array dot is array the experience. So this is okay, this is fine. So we are checking if this is it. So the problem is I'm not going to set this to existing company name. So we can't use company names to edit. You can have the same company multiple times. So I'm going to use experience map here, and I'm going to set this. If this is existing, we're going to get this, and then we're going to just say this dot. Let's set this as sp dot id. So this is going to give us this is going to give us a set value. Then we're going to use the set value to check if this particular this ID here exists. So the problem now is, let's see the issue here. So if I do if this dot ID, we should see that it is complaining that the ID does not have ID as a type. So what is the problem here? The problem is that we didn't output the ID for itself. So if I go back to my document experience, if you look at Zod, we pick only this which we can work on. So what I'm going to do here, I'm going to open this. I'm going to set ID. So because we don't need ID for a value for ID on when we want to insert, but we only need when we want to update. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to tell set.number. So I'm going to override the existing Zod value for this here, because Zod is going to take this as number by default. So I'm going to set it to number back, or I'm going to also set it optional so that we don't need it. So then I'm going to return the ID to true. So now once I bring the ID here, this should, yeah, so this is saying undefined. So the reason we're having undefined here is because we need to cut this out and check if this exists, because remember we made it optional. So we need to check if this dot id exists. Let's do this. So this is going to parameter of number or this. Yeah, we need to fix this too. Let's fix this too. Let's fix this too. So let's string out because we put this. So let me just remove this from there, and so this is just going to look up the existing record and check and get the IDs for us. And now we're going to pass in the ID if it has the ID of that record. So if it has the ID, then we can then work on updating the record for the for this. So to update the record, we're just going to simply just do await transaction dot update experience table, which we're going to set. So we're going to set the experience table experience. So let's just set SP. So I think there's no point updating the ID. Um, and so should I do this one after the other? So just to destructure it. So I want to avoid the ID to be updated. So I'm just going to restructure it out and just get the updated. Let's just set it. There's no point destructuring here. Let's just set updated data, and once you have set the updated data, you can see that we remove the ID, and now we need to tell it where to save it. So I'm just going to say dot where, which is going to be equals to uh, let's use and equals to, we are going to have experience table dot doc ID, which is going to have the existing document ID dot ID, and let's just take this down, put comma, duplicate, and here we're just going to have ID is equals to just going to get the ID from here. So we've gotten this, we've checked this. If this thing has this, we can just get it from here. This is going to be a list. So you can just do simply like this. So the ID is going to be here. So that's how it's going to be. And once we update that, as we updated instead, let's just insert this. We just do else await transaction dot uh, insert the record table. Then I'm going to just set the values. Value is going to be so top ID is going to be experience existing dot ID documented ID, and here we're going to just structure this. So let me just put this, and there just get this from here. Let's just set this to this. Let's just structure this here. So this is okay. So I think we are done with the experience. So let's go ahead and work on the rest. So I'm just going to change this first to, instead of inside data, let's say what parameter we want to inside the data. So let's just comment this. Let's just close this out, and let's work on the education. Education is going to be the same thing. You're going to do if education and array that is education. There's open a bracket there. Let me just close this. And I'm just going to do the same thing here. We're going to check. Let me just copy this from here. Let's paste it here. And let's change it to education. And this will be education table. This will be education. So we're going to check if this has this. Then we're going to just use a set map we did here. So let's just come down here and then get a set map. And revenue this off. So I just set the set map. So this is going to be education and existing education read edu. Because this edu that's ID. So that is fine. So now we're just going to do our for loop to update the for edu of education. So let's just open that. Oh, sorry, let me check this. Yeah, instance edu. So now we are just going to also check if this exists. Let me just get this one here. We're going to say if so if edu exists but id, then let's just check this. So the problem now is let me put this here. Edu does not have id, so let's go ahead and work on that in our documents. Our db schema. So just go to education, just go to different experience, just get this from here, go to education, then just open this. Let's override the existing is, and let's return the id and set it to true. Yeah, so this is okay. So let's just close this. Inside our endpoint, error should be gone. So now we are just going to once we have this, so let's just do await transaction dot update. It's going to update this, and we're going to call this education table. And now we're going to set values. So set value is going to be, we're going to the structure, the ID dot updates data, which is going to be equals to edu, and we're going to just get this, set this. Now it's going to say where, yes, or let's just go with this, and so we're going to, let me just show this out. So now this is not what to say. This is document education table. The doc ID, yeah, matches this. Then let's just console this. Let's just copy and paste this. Then we just see this ID matches the ID here. So let's see, doc ID and matches the ID. It should be similar to what we have in experience. Doc ID. Okay. So let's just close this down. Let's now work on the inserts. So here, just do else if that ID does not exist. So if it has the ID, just update. If it doesn't have ID, let's do await dot transaction dot insert. So we're going to insert new record. Let's say education table. Let's save that, and I'm just going to say values. Values is going to be, let's get this here. Insert data. So to insert, let's just dot doc ID is going to be existing document ID and insert data. So they should just have that's where description starts, date and measure. Yeah. So now we're done with education. Let's work on skills. If skills and array dot is array skills. Now let's just get this quickly. Let's sit here and let's just change it to skills. As a skin skills. Sure. Skills. Table. Okay. Skills table is going to be, we're going to change it to skills table. So how's the document there? So just change it to skills. Yeah, let's get this skills.map dot skill dot skill ID. So now we're just going to below it also for loop dot constant plus q of queues. So now inside here we're just going to check if skew dot id, sorry, skew id. So we need to also go and do the same thing we did for document for skew. So let me just go to experience, close this, copy this, so straight to skews. And once we reach skews, let's just open it and paste this here. And let's just retrieve the ID to true. So once you retrieve the ID to true, that should stop. So let's go back to the documents. So now we should check if our existing map has keys or ID. Then let me close this bracket very well. Then let's say await the transaction dot update skills table. Then we say dot set. So now we need to also structure this id dot date data, and this is just going to be equals to skills. So skills, and there we're just going to set updated data. So let me see. Oh, sorry, it should be skill. Yeah. So because we're looping through it, so then we need to set just where open this and equals to say skills table.doc id, where this is going to be sorry guys, let me just close this. So this is going to be existing document, document dot id. So let's put comma, copy and paste a comma here. Now let's just set this to id matches with this id here. So you can even remove this if you want. You can leave only this id, but I just use the two of them. So now we've gotten this. Let's confirm from the education, see everything is working, everything is correct here. And I did the same thing. So I'm just going to just say, let's just copy this one here. So let's just go back to education, close this, come down here, and now let's do if it does not have, let's do else, paste this, So now I'll just do skills, then insert into skills table. Then yeah, so skills and the existing document to doc ID and insert. So once we are done, let's just set this to OK. Because we're not returning any data here. Let me just set this to OK. And then just return the response. So let's just return this. So if you feel just show fail to update data or insert data, anyone else if fail to update or insert, just fail to update because we're actually updating. So we check this because this is actually broad. We check the existing to be sure. Check the ID, document ID. If it exists, does not exist, not found. Then with an empty listing, we check if this parameter have been passed. If these are not available, is greater than 0, then we can update the documents. Else, we check the personal info first. This is supposed to even check the personal info ID, not the personal info. So let's quickly fix this one too. So let's do personal info ID. So let's do if let's just check if doc ID doc ID. So let's just let me return this. Okay, let's say if ID, then we're just going to this. Then we're going to just say comment. So let's just fetch this by the ID. Let's just say um, personal info. Personal info ID. So let's go over to personal. Let's go over to personal info and also set personal info too. Also, so this just puts objects. Put our ID here. You say z dot number dot functional. And let's just put ID true. So now let's check this. If no ID, just return. Instead of using the first name and the last name instead, because user can have the same first name and last name, so but we can't have the same ID. So there's no ID, we return, does not work. But if there's ID, we use the ID to query the database, the personal info database. If it exists, then we update, else we just insert. So it's okay. Let's scroll down to other ones and confirm that everything is fine. Experience is okay. And now let's go ahead and work on the user that will call the endpoint for us. So let's go to features, and inside feature we are going to create a file that is going to call the endpoint. We're going to call it use update. So use update documents .tx. So let's just set this to use client. Let's call it use client. So inside here, we are going to do, I'm going to also get the type, just the same thing. So I'm just going to go into create. So I just copy the type here. It's just the same thing. Go to updates and just paste this. So now I'm going to just import API from Hono RPC. And here we're going to say document dot I'm going to call this updates. So this is going to give us error. So what we're going to do here is we are going to just open a bracket here, and we're going to just set this to document ID, save that. And here we're going to use this to just do patch. Yeah, so that is it. We are going to do the same thing for here. Set here to updates, and let's set this to document ID. Let's set this because we have dynamic documentizer, but we have to do this. And let's save this, and we can see it's working fine. So let's just do constant use updates documents, which is going to be equals to a function. Then there's a constant param, which is going to get the param use param. And this is param is going to just we're going to just get the let's import that from next navigation. Save that. Let's get a query client, which is going to be equals to use query client let's just import that on React query. And now let's get our document ID. It goes to param dot document ID as string. So let's do our mutation, which is going to be use mutation, and this mutation is going to, as you know, let's just import that from React query. And now we're going to get a response type, error, and the request type. So now inside here, we're going to just open here and let's do a mutation function, which is going to be an async of JSON with the objects. We're going to do constant and response await API document updates. We are going to just open document ID, and now we're going to just get a patch. And what we are going to do now is to open here round brackets, open parentheses, where I should see our param, set our param to documents.id. Got that, so it's going to see through error, so we need to pass our JSON. Yeah, so that works. And let's return. Let me see everything work fine. Let's return await response JSON. So now that works. So the next thing we're going to do, we're going to check on successful. And on success, we want this to response. No, we don't need the response here. We can consider response if you want. So what we're going to do is just to use query clients to recall the endpoints. So invalidate query, and let's get the query key which we add for document ID. So let's just set document ID, not document ID, documents dot slash comma document ID. So this is just the same thing we did here. If you look at the query key for here, so this is documents, but we have document ID here. Oh, we've not created the endpoint, so we're going to create the endpoint very soon. And this is what is going to be a dynamic endpoint. So that is why we had to pass the document ID here. So you can quickly just there you can also pass in the error. Now can use a toast. I can say title, error updating, comma, description. Let me just change this to error, and I'm going to say failed to update documents. Then the variant is going to be destructive. Let's first of all import this from the hook folder, and then let's just get the variant. Destructive, yeah. So that is the next we're going to do, just to return the mutation. And now let's export default. Let's export default. Use update documents. Yeah. So we're done with that. Let's go back to our personal info form and let's test it out. So let's go there. Pages. Let's clear everything out from here. Close this. Let's open home, common form, and then personal info form. And here we're just going to call it. So it's going to up here. Let's use it here constants and equals to this. Let's import this use update hook. So I'm going to just test the mutation. I'll use mutate async here. Then I'm going to just use that, and I'm going to bring out the it's pending, not its pause, it's pending. So let's just get the this. I'm just going to open, come down to here where we have the. I'm going to just say await mutate async. I'm going to just destructure this. I'm going to just set current position to current number, thumbnail to thumbnail, and personal info to personal info. Yeah. So this has ID. This does not have ID. Yeah. So we can just update here to have the ID. Let's see. This is a number. I can leave this one for now. Uh, I just check that out if it works. Let's see. Let's also call the ancestral. Yeah. So inside here, I'm just going to put a comma, and here I'm going to just say success. And success is just going to have function that I will just call the post and the next. So inside here, we just call the post title success personal info update. So let's just import this and can leave it like this, or if you prefer to use, you can use an error here and just put your toast here, which we added in the use updates documents. You can just get that. So if you can use it here too. Go to updates, um, go to update personal info. Since we're using this endpoint in various form, so you can make the error message personal to this particular form. So once we do that, we are done. Let's just pass the personal info here. We're not using. Oh, and again we got the resume info. So we can also use the expanding here. So you can say if it's pending, no need to touch it, and we can also do the submit here. If it's pending, just set loader and let's get the size. So import loader from Lucy React and size is going to be equals to 15 pixel and class name going to be animate spin. So by that we've be able to update that. So let's try it out, and once we try it out, we'll go ahead and work on the endpoint to get a single document. So I'm just going to go inside there and let's just reload this to fetch. Let's reload this. Let's try and save the documents. So let me move this up here. So let's just inspect this and try to this information and see that the updates went through. We don't have any issue with the updating. Okay. So let's just go to network tab. And now let's try it out. Click on save. And let's see if personal info goes through. So let's see personal info. We have this. So it went through. So let's make sure. Let me look at the document API again. API. Good. For documents. Yes. Let's look at this. We didn't pass. This is an update. Let's check the database. Let's check the database. So let me go into my Vercel. Let's check the database and see if the documents went through, personal info went through. Because I'm looking, it seems that we didn't have ID, so it blocks it. But if we use the first name, let's check first name and last first name and then And lastly, personal last name. Then we use personal doc ID, existing documents ID. Yeah, let's see. Let's click on this. Click on resume builder. Now, once you click on resume builder, you should be able to check the storage. So let's wait for it to load. So let's click on storage. And let's click on storage. Okay. Let's not go to storage. So let me try and reload this properly to see why it's not coming up. So now, let's try it again. I've reloaded this. Let's click on storage. And then we should be okay. So we just come up. Let's click on the database. Why is it taking so time to load? To navigate. So let's wait for it to come up. Okay, it has shown. So let's click on. Let's select project and personal info. And it's empty here. So it's empty. So it's empty. So let's try it again. Let's try it now. Let me go back here. And let's try it again. Now we should go through. It's still loading. And let's see. So personal info updated successfully. So it does navigate. So let's check the database now. And so let me click on personal info. And we should see the data existing here. Wait, so data is existing. So we can keep on updating. It's going to update this. So this is working very fine. We can come around and find a way around this, but this is working fine for us here. Then let me just close this and then let's go back to our code process. So what I want is to call the endpoint that retrieve the personal info. So this, we're going to remove the dummy data. So let's go ahead and clear everything. And then let me just open app, open home, click on components. Now let's close up and take this API. And let's go back to our API and let's close the patch. So let's see. Oh, we already have the endpoints already here. We have the endpoints here. So now let's go ahead and work on all the endpoints to retrieve the ID and them. So let's go ahead and use these endpoints in our future. So inside features, we're going to create a file called, let me just create it to use get documents dash by id .tx. So inside here, just simply the same thing with this. So let's just set it to use clients and just close this to export. Use case documents on let's just say as this constant. I'm going to pass in document id, which is going to be equals to string. Then we're going to use endpoints. We're going to pass this public. So this is the endpoint we're going to use for the public. So I'm just going to leave it for now. Once we create the endpoint for this public, we're going to just do constant query is equals to use query clients. Query, not query clients, query, use query. And this query is going to have a query function. Let's do query key first. So query key is going to be equals to arguments, which is going to be equals to, so let's import this documents. Yeah, so this is what we're going to use, document id. So this is the key we use in the updates document. So I'm just going to say constant endpoints no, not constant endpoint, sorry. I need to use the function here first. Async and here let's just put constant endpoint. It's going to be equals to API documents. Let's import API first from our Hono RPC. Get documents. Let's just get it document.id, document ID, and let's just say constant response, which is going to be equals to await endpoint dot get, open this, or I'm going to open this one. Now I'm going to do document ID. So now here is going to say if not response dot okay. Let's throw this to documents, then constant data success is equals to await response not JSON. Now let's return object of data and success. So we can do so let's do retry and retry to three times. Then let's also return quickly. And now let's export default use documents. So copy this let's go to so now we are done with that. So let's go over to the context where we had and call the endpoint. So let's go inside context. So clear this, close this. Let's go into context, and inside the resume provider, we are just going to modify this. So let's go inside here and let's set its loading to boolean, its error to boolean, its success to boolean, and refresh. Refresh. This is just going to be a function. So let's go back to here. It's going to throw error. So what we are going to do here now is we are going to call that endpoint here. So let's just do constant, open this, and let's paste this here. Let's open this here. Let's import this. These documents. So let me just close this here and let's go back. And now we're going to pass the documents ID. So inside here, we can just pass in get the data. So okay, let me say it's a string. So we can also skip this if the ID did not fetch. We can also skip. We can use the enable inside here. We can also do enable. Yeah, so we can also do enable to true or false. That is, if you want to check if the ID is not provided, there's no point calling the endpoint again. You can use the enable to. I just comment that for you guys. So I'm going to just continue. You can walk around that. So I'm just going to set this data and its success. Then we have its loading, and we have its error, and we have refresh. So now we are done with the dummy data. So I'm just going to remove this. I'm going to just say is success. Sorry. Is success. Let's set the success here. And if the success, let's just set data dot data. Yeah, it works. So let's just pass this. Let's pass this loading. It's loading here. I'm going to pass its success. I'm going to pass its error. We are going to pass refresh. So like that. If you see that data is empty here. So you can see data is showing up here. There's no summary, but only this data is showing up here. That is what is here. So let's go to our form and let's call this and let's get the loader from there. So inside the resume form, I'm just going to let's see, let it pass. Okay, yeah. So yeah, let's just get the loading here and let's just remove this. Yeah. Then also for the preview, let's just get the loading here. Let's just run this. So now if we reload, you can see the loader showing. Once you load completely, you can see the data. So that is that for the personal info. And then if you make changes here to well, let me see, full stack React engineer, and let's save this. Wait and issue. If you see, you should call the documents endpoints, the single document endpoints. You can see that's called it, and then it should just get updated. And if you look at it now, the author name, the name, we have here Emmanuel, first name, last name, and this. So you're going to also add that for the endpoint for the title. So that will be when we want to come back for the top section. So we're going to first of all finish this form first before we come back to the top section. So let's go ahead and work on the summary form.